craving for and looking for is really our business and our job. The guys outside, the influencers and the content creators, they do their bit, we do the journalism. We are the ones who have not only the knowledge, but also the mandate to really tell these stories and affect society positively. That for me is what I think we do. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Gwire. Thank you very much, Mr. Smart. And with that, we come to the end of this session. Let's appreciate the two gentlemen. This brings us to the end of this session. We have ended. My name is Francis Moredi. I work for
the work you deliver the differences that were addressed, so that those signs left to ask that people are therefore guide voters. I think that then those are things that we deal with as we go along. So if you have stopped there, unless there's anyone that you find,
our colleague is still here, so if you have any interactions and you want to find out why you're not portal free, then you can see my letter and it might give you more details. Thank you very much.
Expanded from 136 June, what we call the Kenya Cyber Incident Response System. We also have an initiative on child online protection where we partner with the schools, we partner with Department of Children, so that we elevate the issue. It's really about empowering the consumer. I'm aware something that will be important because that's really something that we champion. Because we believe, let's say social media is really a good thing. That's democratized stress, and we have a lot of good. But what we are saying on the spectrum that is scarce and the society deserves value. We also need to, whatever we do should be really what the consumer wants, what the society wants, the values of the society. Okay. Okay, so just to summarize, let's remember that the goal of editing, I know this Kenya Editors Guild, is to really have a factual, fair, and balanced content. And really, what I want to leave with you really is about our public trust. And we are saying, without trust in our institutions, in our media, in one another, we cannot build communities. And how do we build trust? I think James Smart told us what we can do. And I want to conclude by challenging the media to invest. Invest in building trust. Because remember, what you have in traditional media moves across to the social media, what is social media, sometimes moves to traditional media. So there's cross movement. So if you're able to build trust in the content that you develop as a media house, you actually contribute to creating this public trust, and we are able to confront this challenge of information pollution. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Makofi jana kwa regulation. Just a thought before you go ahead. Does media contribute to the environmental degradation? Our masses, the newsprints that we use, the chemical that we use in the factory. Ask yourself, where we throw our own equipment? Hundreds of cameras that are damaged, computers that are no longer being used where we damaged. So at this moment, I want to call the Director General of NEMA to give us a word. And also, tell us how we can
digital.
We used to have computer to schools. I think it died. So how can we help also contribute towards
saving our environment. Karibu sana. Makofi kwake tena.
Thank you so much, Francis. Indeed, we need Neema to manage environment in our country. Because most people call us Neema. Neema means grace. So you need grace to run this authority. My name is Mamo. Where I come from, we have very few names, so we repeat the names. Apologies for that. NEMA is a regulator, but an environmental regulator. And we were established by an act of parliament that we call Environmental Management and Coordination Act of 1999, basically with two mandates. One is general supervision and coordination of all matters environment. And we are also the principal instrument of government in the implementation of environmental policies in our country. So when you say you are in charge of all matters environment, it essentially means God's creation. It's a divine duty, divine responsibility. And when you see the way Kenyans are littering the environment, you may need divine intervention. Amen? Good. Now, as a country, we've enacted a number of regulations, laws, policies, managing the environment. We even have a constitution that most people call it very progressive green constitution because it addresses matters environment. If you look at the fourth preamble of a constitution, the first preamble is acknowledging God. The second is our freedom fighters. The third is our diversity, religious and cultural. And fourth is on environment. We have to protect and safeguard and enhance the quality of our environment. And if you look at Article 42 of our Constitution, it entitles us, it grants Kenyans the right to live in a clean, healthy, and secure environment. But the right comes with responsibility. Most of the time, Kenyans will say, ni haki yangu, but you forget the jukumu letu to ensure that we manage our environment. Because when I was coming for this convention, I was on the road and I could see people throwing litters out. Someone driving a very slick car, but to just roll down the window and throw away the litters. So whom do you expect to collect your waste? You are the waste generator. All of us are waste generator. We must take risk. If you look at Article 7 to contribute least as Africa, but impacted heavily by the vagaries of climate change. Pollution, air pollution, solid waste, effluent discharge. If you look at our Nairobi Rivers ecosystem, we have a lot of challenge in the pollution of the Nairobi Rivers. But the issues are basically four. If you look at where the source of Nairobi River is in Kikuyu constituency, up there you have the Ondiri swamp. But as the water leaves Ondiri swamp, sparkling clean. But it meanders through informal settlements, gets into our estates, it's heavily polluted. So the issues are, one, is the sewerage system. We have a very old, dysfunctional, dilapidated sewer lines, which must be improved. Number two, all our informal settlements are along the Nairobi River Basin. They are not sewered, so all waste gets into our rivers. The third is encroachment of our riparian reserves. All the food kiosks, garages, petrol stations are within the riparian reserve. And government is working closely with other partners to ensure that with the formation of the Nairobi Rivers Commission, issues of Nairobi River will be handled well. Then biodiversity loss, UNEP estimates that we are losing 100 million species of fauna and flora every year. And this is basically Dilal in Marsabit County, where we have a species we call Prunus africanus. Researchers will go there,
prospecting or undertake bioprospecting getting. Although Mount Kolal is designated as man and biosphere reserve under UNESCO, we are losing a lot of our resources. But as NEMA, we've come up with a regulation that we call biodiversity regulation to ensure access and benefit sharing to the local communities. The other major challenge we have in our country is solid waste management. Although it's a devolved function, we are not managing our waste sustainably. Although Parliament recently came up with Sustainable Waste Management Act 2022 to transition us from linear waste management to circular model of waste management, we still have a big issue. Because it is estimated that every Kenyan, including you seated here, generates 0.5 kilogram of waste every day. 0.5 kg. For 50 million Kenyans, we generate 25,000 tons every day. And all that gets into our dumping sites. But if you look at the waste stream, 60% of the waste is organic waste. But as a country, we do not have an organic fertilizer plant. We still import inorganic chemical fertilizers. Then 30% are recyclables and are taken up by recycled fertilizers. 10% are others, like what Francis said, electronic waste. Most of this waste will end up in our dumping sites. But we are working very closely to ensure that our environment is kept clean. The message is, this is our environment, it's our life and our responsibility, individual and collective responsibility. I thank you all.
Makofi tena kwa mamo. Na tunamwombea neema akiendesha. Asanteni. Lugha ya Kiswahili pia ni lugha yetu, si ndio? Acha tujaribu Kiswahili kidogo pia. Wakati huu nachukua fursa hii kumwalika mwenzetu Judy Kaberia ambaye anasimamia shirika la FNF. Nabiswa kwa ready. Frederick Naman Foundation. Nabiswa translate bana. Makofi kwa Judy. FNF is one of our strong partners. Wametufadhili na tunawashukuru sana.
Asante sana. Nitawaongelesha kwa Kiswahili. Anyway, my name is Judy Kaberia, Senior Project Manager, Frederick Naumann Foundation. I head the political and the media projects in East Africa. I have my colleague, Nzao Musau. Nzao Musau is also a fellow Senior Project Manager. He heads the Global Partnership Hub. The Global Partnership Hub is the one that is leading the MOU between the government of Kenya and companies in the city of Hamburg. It was a whole controversy that we found ourselves in because of misinformation and disinformation, because the FNF-led MOU with the government of Kenya is about opportunities for skilled young people, where development of apps, engineers, project managers, HR, basically where skilled young people can be able to get jobs. Right now, negotiations are still happening. We've put together companies in the city of Hamburg, and so it's a long process. The city of Hamburg is supposed to come and say, these are the jobs that we need people to work for. Then we'll be able to identify talent. They'll go through the normal interview. They'll go through the training, and they'll also get formal contracts. So the process takes a long time, and there are no numbers to that. So when, of course, there was a number, there was a confusion between the physical migration and the virtual jobs. So for us, is where you work from the comfort of your country. So this process is ongoing. So for FNF, we also have another important paper. This is Lessons from Bangalore. This paper talks about lessons we can pick from the BPOs in India, as of course, how they became a global leader in tech and digital services. This paper, we are going to launch it next week at the side event of the German Africa Business Forum. And it's our wish, especially here in Kenya, that journalists, especially the editors, take interest in looking at those issues that are usually underreported. And yes, we have a lot of challenges, of course, with the government, but at the same time, there are other good things that are happening. So for us, here in Nakuru County is a special place for us because there is another project, the pilot project, the one I've told you about of exchange of jobs between Global South and North. So the pilot project will start here in Nakuru, and I hope being here is going also to ensure that there's that collaboration that comes, and also that we'll be able to receive that coverage and for the media to understand what is happening. So for the FNF, we know that media is not just a tool for reporting facts, but it's also a very powerful tool in shaping opinions, influencing decision-making, and at the same time educating the society. It's the media that informs us about our rights, holds the government's accountability status of the media freedom in this country. Because there's been a change, we hope to see a change of how journalists are treated, because when the media is not free, there's nobody who can be free. We cannot be silent when things are not going right. That's why we have to look at it from both sides. Where things are going right, we say things are going right. Where things are going wrong, we say things are going wrong. And media should not be punished for standing their ground, for doing what is right. And being liberals, because FNF belongs to the FDP party in Germany. You've seen, of course, we've broken the government in Germany, we've broken out of the coalition. So we are expecting a snap election. Again, it's a process of democracy. But we liberals believe in freedoms, especially cultivating space for a free media. So I hope in these interactions that we are having, it's not just a one-off event, but we continue to hold the hands of the journalists. We continue to hold the hands of the media organizations that are facing a lot of challenges. We cannot report, we cannot do our work, we cannot talk about the roads, we cannot talk about the environment if we don't have the power, if we don't have the security to do this work. So for the Kenya Editors Guild, we've started off this relationship, especially with the Kenya Media Sector Working Group. But this year we started off, we've had a lot of discussions with the Kenya Editors Guild, the president, Madam Zubeida Kome, and her team, Bosire, Rosalia, and the rest of you. And we hope this is the beginning of other events to come in the future. We want to see the best way possible that we can do to support the media, to build their capacity, and also ensure that we do not go silent when voices of the media have been silenced. So it is our hope that next year will come even in a bigger way. This year has not been easy for us because of the political situation in Germany, but we believe maybe next year will come in a very big way. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Judy, for your support and for the insightful comments on the future of the media. There's a team that we want to invite next.
just to start to say that all of us are aware that on the 19th of October last year, the President signed 4 laws, and that is now to change from how the social insurance has been offered in the country since 1967 when the initiative was approved. And those laws, we have the Digital Health Act, the Facility Improvement Financing Act, we have the Primary Health Care Act, then we have the Social Health Insurance Act. Now the Social Health Insurance Act was
kidogo lakini kwa sababu inarudi lakini sasa sijui ama public address yako pia iko na maana.
The Social Health Insurance Act was
potea tena. Sasa nataka nione kama kizao ameweka vibaya.
1st of October, the 1st of October last year. By 8 years appointed for the 9th of Special Measure 01 year, then the Act was introduced. Establishing an organization called the Social Health Authority, which is now the SHA. We have titled the SHA and the SHA. Now, at the SHA, there are 3 parts which are being managed by SHA, the Social Health Authority. We have the part number 1, called the Primary Health Care Part. Part number 2 is called the Emergency Chronic Experience Part. And then you have the part number 3, which is now the SHE, the Social Health Insurance Part. So now we have the SHE, the SHA, the SHE. You understand it? So, as I mentioned, is that under the Social Authority has the 3 parts, and the 3 parts have benefits that are good, the papers are good, the assessment of this part. Now, under the Primary Health Care Part, this is mainly the part that is good for health care services, the level 3 that are good facilities. It is actually a government funded, that means Kenya are not contributing to the Kenyan administrators and SHA will actually be able to assess that program. And it will be mainly physically Now we have the part number 2, which is the social insurance part. Now this is the part where everybody will be part of the Even if in employment is going to be determined by the income, your monthly income, your monthly salary. Someone who is not in employment is going to be paid from the income they are generating from their business or from their venture. And it is going to be determined through a process we are calling means testing that will determine how much everybody should contribute. And of course the rate, I'm sure we know the rate is at 2.75% of the contribution. Then we have the emergency chronic and critical illnesses part, which again is going to be government funded and is going to take care of emergency healthcare services and critical illnesses, like when you're talking about oncology, cancer treatment, the issues between dialysis and such, and all other categories of chronic illnesses, they are going to be catered for from this part, which is going to be government funded. Now, I don't want to go into the details in terms of what benefits are going to be covered under this part in terms of this period. Just allow me to mention a bit in terms of registration. As you're aware, that registration has been ongoing, and quite a number of the Kenyans have actually registered and are going to give some certificate of the same. Now, registration is being done through 3 accesses. You want to do the course. Star 147 hub. You can go to the web portal, you log in SHA.gov.ke, and also the government website, the African.gov.ke, and you will be able to follow and register. Then we also have assistant registration that is being done by the community health promoters across the country. Now, for the principal member to register, you need to have the IT number and also the telephone number that you're using. Refugees can also register using their refugees IDs, and of course the alien IDs can also be able to million Kenyans have been able to do this testing. These are Kenyans who have been able to register for the salary. They have been able to go through the process of determining how much they can contribute to share, and they have also contributed actually been able to give this contribution. Now, in terms of the number of persons who have registered so far, as I mentioned, this process has started but most Kenyans didn't register until it was a commencement of the 1st of October. And as of yesterday, we have registered. As of yesterday, we have registered, or the Kenyans who have registered at the share is 15.5 billion, and these are the principal members who have registered. 9.7 million are those who have gone to the system and registered, and then we also have 5.8 million who are carrying over from the NHIF data and we have in the system. Now, very quickly also to mention the next slide in terms of how the countries are doing the administration. I said it's about 15.5 million participants. Those are the principal members. We were to add the dependents at the time because the number is high, and we are relating to a point every Kenyan is basically very soon. So in terms of the countries that are leading, the 5 countries that are leading the countries are Nigeria, Zambia, Peru, and the rest. These are the countries that are doing the administration. And we have seen other countries like Canada, Pakistan, and Nigeria that support the massive law in the area. The government has actually partnered with the National Government Administration, with the county government, so that we can actually be able to see the number of every Kenyan citizen. Because under SHA, unlike the NHIF, once you register with SHA, you will actually be able to access all the especially the benefits of the human housing contribution, the benefits of the social insurance contribution, the contribution to them, and it is for every Kenyan. And that is why even the government has defined those Kenyans who are able to contribute to themselves, so that the government can actually pay their premium for them to be able to enjoy the power. So as I get finished, in terms of dependence of registered is about 2.1 million in Luton register. As far as the parliament and construction of healthcare providers is concerned, the parliament is in that the same principle that the practitioners and then the council. The one option is actually to release construction, and so far 7,802 facilities have already signed a contract out of the 12,000 as maybe mention very briefly of the place, because as we mentioned that Kenyans are registering, it's also important for us to appreciate that besides registering is actually benefiting, and a number of Kenyans have actually been able to access benefits. As at yesterday, we had received approximately 499,500, approximately 500 million claims from Kenyans who have actually been able to access benefits. And that amount is 6.1 billion. And as you are aware, that the government disbursed some money was disbursed to the facilities this week for the services they have actually already received. So 6.1 billion worth of benefits are already received. Within the last about 2 months now, and that means that besides Kenyan registering, they are actually accessing benefits from SHA. So my call here to us is that I know as in the media we have a lot of there's a very big role that we do. One in terms of giving the information to the public and to the citizen, and the information that they need to register, and that SHA benefits are available in all the facilities across the country. Because the difference between SHA and NHIF is that we are bringing all facilities, we are bringing all the Kenyans. The benefit package is wide, and there are benefits that somebody will even be able to access just by registering their performing contribution. So let's register our families, let's register our relatives, our parents, and our siblings, help them register with who are not members of the before. And let us advise Kenyans that they need to go to the hospitals and seek care because the services are available and the social authorities. Allow me to stop in the interest of time, and I believe we are going to that was thank you.
I've had him providing mobile network service to marginalized areas. How do they do this? Basically what happens is that the telcos pay a percentage. Is it 0.1 at the moment? Pardon? 0.5 of their total revenue, of their gross revenue, goes towards this fund to help set up services in areas where you as a business person, the returns there does not, the return on investment there is is costly, and you wouldn't want to go there solo. So the USF takes up this role to set up masts in far-flung areas, Mpeketoni, Todonyang, and all those areas, Huisero, where I come from, and it helps to reach the masses. I don't know whether the media pays. Or how can USF help us? You can imagine 0.5 of your gross. Yeah, 0.5% of your gross. So mathematicians, if you make about 30 million in profits, how much is that? 30 million of 0.5% of 30 million, how much is that? We just want to find out how much we pay, so that we can hold USF accountable also for how they use our money. 0.5% of 30 million? So that is 150,000, which you pay annually. So to break this down for us is the head of USF, who will briefly tell us how they utilize this money. Karibu, Bwana Omolo. Makofi kwake. Just to briefly tell us the role of USF and how the media, we've always been saying we want some support. How can USF come in to support during these difficult moments?
Yeah, when he said the head of USF, that is why we have a head of USF, but I'm in the council. So I'm a member of the Universal Service Advisory Council at the Communications Authority of Kenya. And my friend there has slightly explained the background on what this fund is and what it does. My colleague there has given us some figures, 0.5% that is collected from the licensees. So this money is put together and to support reaching the unserved and underserved areas in Kenya. So my presentation today, I was asked to speak about how this fund can be used to support the media. One thing which we are aware of is that the media has been facing several challenges, including financial constraints, and therefore there is a need for the media to come up with very innovative ways of improving their business models. Previously, I think the business models were pretty much different. USF does is to, for instance, to provide subsidies. For example, Safaricom may want to serve a particular area, but serving that area may not be economically viable to the company. So what USF does is to give them a subsidy to enable them extend services to that particular area, which otherwise, from a pure business perspective, these companies may not be able to go to such areas. So another area in which USF can support the media is supporting local content development. I'm told that it is quite expensive to produce local content. And we have several journalists here. I think they'll attest to the fact that producing local content can be very expensive. And probably that is why we see some TV stations airing programs probably developed in Mexico and other regions. Some of our media houses like Citizen, for example, have been able to develop quite a bit of local content, but this is very, very expensive. So USF can provide, can provide grants which can be used to develop local content that resonates with our local population. Another area in which we can use USF is facilitating training and capacity building. With the evolving change in the media industry, there is need to train people to adopt to the new ways of doing things. And this is an area where, again, USF can provide support. And then encouraging public-private partnerships. The media industry can partner with USF to provide services that ordinarily they may not be able to provide. For example, I know that KBC is also trying to work with USF to see how they can be assisted to reach areas where I'm told that even radio, FM stations are not available. Another area which we can use USF is in terms of research to identify trends. Research is one of the components that USF provides. And again, this can be used to provide research that can identify the trends and local preferences that evolve in our society. So in a nutshell, there's so much that can be done through USF partnership with the media. And for us, we invite the media to come to us and see how we can help each other progress in your industry. So mine was a very brief presentation. I don't know how it is organized. I don't know that there'll be some other sessions where there'll be comments, or we just present and then probably much later we can have some other discussions or one-on-one with the participants. So thank you very much, and I look forward to working with the media industry.
I don't think that round of applause is enough for mahali tunaweza pata pesa. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, I think we didn't know much about USF, but you've just heard Mr. Molo telling us how we can partner with USF Because in the media, we've always been grappling with this idea of how we can have a kitty that supports media, but independent from influence maybe by the government. And he's mentioned areas of research. He's mentioned areas to do with digital media. He's mentioned areas whereby if you feel you have a radio or TV station, but you don't have the resources to reach that far-flung audience, they can help. So I think that is an area that we really need to pursue, more so during these difficult times when media funding and advertising is shrinking. So Bwana Omolo, tutafuatilia. Last speaker before we break for tea. We are in Nakuru. Is Menengai Crater active or dead? Some geography kidogo. Simulienda kupanda miti jana huko? Yes. Is Menengai Crater active or dead? It can wake up. So here with us we have Geothermal Development Corporation. And just like media, where we are exploring new avenues and new technologies, in terms of power generation, we are also going green. We are also exploring renewable energy so that when we face severe drought in this country, we don't have to rely on our dams for power generation. And with us here is Eric Wamanji. Eric Wamanji is the Manager Corporate Communications at Geothermal Development Corporation. But Eric is also a journalist. If you've been following, Eric has written quite a lot on issues environment. So let's welcome Eric to take us through this session. Makofi kwa Eric.
Thank you so much. I didn't know that my name could be recognized in some places beyond where I operate. But ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, good morning. As you've heard, my name is Eric Wamanji. I'm from the Geothermal Development Company. I'm here representing my CEO, Mr. Paul Ngugi, who was supposed to come, but unfortunately, at the last minute, he got engaged. Still happy to be here to represent GDC. And I really want to thank Nganga Mbogwa because beyond being a journalist, I think he's a very good salesman. When he ambushed me, he said, we want money from GDC to support the Editors Guild convention. Then, and with a lot of conviction and authority, so we managed to scrap something for this convention. But we are hoping that going forward we'll partner. That is the message from the CEO, that going forward we'll find ways of partnering with the media and the guild so that we can be able to participate in the actual nation building and civilizing our continent. So without further ado, I think I'll quickly take you through his presentation. And you can give me next.
It is dawn in Kenya. And and hard-working citizens are out to build the nation. And at the Menengai crater, Nakuru County, the earth awakens too. Welcome to the age of geothermal steam energy, powering dreams of the nation. This is the energy, our wealth of the nation, that we at the Geothermal Development Company, GDC, are harnessing at our projects. This is a game-changer energy promising to supercharge our country. And geothermal ticks all boxes. It is indigenous, it's green and clean, not affected by weather variations. It is available 95%. It's successful in Kenya and it's affordable. Indeed, God created Kenya with abundance of geothermal heritage. And every rotation here takes Kenya closer to the promised land of affordable, reliable, green energy. GDC is privileged to turn the national treasure into power, fulfilling dreams. Kenya runs on geothermal energy thanks to GDC.
Thank you. That was just a peek into our activities and basically to show how energy is converted. Someone said Menengai is dormant, but I think Menengai is rising, and that is Menengai and is giving us energy. So basically the Geothermal Development State Corporation, it was established in 2008, and the main purpose was to de-risk the geothermal sector in the country and to help in lowering the cost of power in the country. Basically, before 2008, you'll realize that we were having a lot of challenges with the drought and even power to the grid. So the government found it fit to establish a special purpose vehicle that would actually accelerate the growth of the sector. And now what we have done actually is to make the geothermal sector in this country bankable. Bankable so that investors who normally are risk averse, especially in the upstream exploration, can now come and invest in the sector once we have harnessed the steam. I'm glad you are at the Menengai forest, and if you were able to overlook Menengai yesterday, you could see some of our activities. That map is just an indication of where geothermal is found in this country, and you'll realize that is along the Rift Valley. That is God's gift to Kenya. And some of those places could have been considered as bad lands. Today, they are the ones that are promising to give this country 10,000 megawatts of electricity energy that is clean, renewable, and affordable. So basically, those are the areas that we are operating in. And you'll realize that if you now look at the bigger picture of the Kenya energy mix, you'll realize that where geothermal sits today, these are the latest figures from EPRA. We are contributing 41% of our energy electricity in the country, but in total, Kenya generates 985 megawatts of geothermal energy. If you look at hydro, we don't have a lot of opportunities for hydro, so this country really relies on geothermal energy to pursue its interest of economic development. Now, at GDC, our main business is to give a product called steam. What you are seeing there is a picture of one of the biggest wells that we have ever struck. It's about 30 megawatts equivalent, and that is really a big deal. That's like drilling 5 or 6 similar wells, and one well is not cheap. One well is around $500 million. So when you can save such an amount of money, then that one is also very good for the country and for lowering the cost of power. So GDC, in the past 15 years, we have managed to develop 565 megawatts of steam equivalent, and of that, 355 megawatts is generating electricity today. Probably even the electricity we are using here is just coming here from Menengai. And that one constitutes about 36%. The GDC contribution to the grid today is 36%. And at one of the most competitive rates of 7 US cents per kilowatt hour. Then something else that we do, because we mobilize funds on behalf of the government, so far we have managed to attract a direct foreign investment of 36 billion, and this is for the 3 power plants that are being constructed at the Menengai geothermal project. Now that is just a picture of a rig. As you can see, we operate in some of the harshest environment in this country. But again, someone might consider it as a bad land, but that is really where the real deal is. That's where the geothermal steam is found, and that is Paka in Baringo County. So if you have a quick projection of what we are doing, we have said 320 megawatts at the Olkaria. We sell steam. Our business is to get steam and sell. So we sell steam to KenGen, so 320 megawatts. At Menengai, we have 35 megawatts by Sosian, but 2 other power plants are coming up, Globlek and Orpower, and they will each generate 35 megawatts, so constituting 70 megawatts. By the end of 2026, we'll have 70 megawatts more from Menengai. We are expecting Paka, which is in Baringo Silali block, to give us 100 megawatts by 2027. And then Silali, our projections are 100 megawatts 2029, and then Suswa 2032, 100 megawatts in the interim. So basically, that is a quick speak into how geothermal has been developed in this country, and realize that the first exploration well successful was 1972, and it was done by KPLC, and that was in Olkaria. Then in 1984, KPLC again discovered Eburu. Eburu is also sometime just near Naivasha. And then since then, we were in a lacuna. There was not any geothermal progress in the country until the government said probably we need a special purpose vehicle, and that's when GDC came in 2010, and so far we have discovered around 6 fields and going for more. Continue. So basically, how do we do business and making projects bankable? One of the most critical things, especially in the upstream, is scientific studies. So we carry out geophysics, geological, and geochemical analysis of the places where we are supposed to drill to establish where the bullseye is. Then we also source for funds, and then procure social license, especially with the communities, because projects affect communities. So winning that social license is really an asset, and is a lot of work. So that's what we also do, including land registration for big projects of this nature, and construction of infrastructure. Next time, I really want, if the guild will take these sessions to Baringo, we can take you to some of those projects so that you can see what it takes to develop a project in a bad land. So roads and water system are very critical, and in de-risking, and then of course carrying out drilling operations. So our model is for us to drill, test the wells, develop steam pipeline, and then invite the PPPs, the IPPs rather, independent power producers, to generate power, and then it's evacuated by KETRACO and of course distributed by KPLC or Kenya Power. So beyond power, beyond electricity, what we have realized is that there's a lot of wealth in the geothermal steam, the energy. Now what we are trying to do is to have a spin-off of our operations to use the steam in other uses. For instance, that heat for industrial process heating, those pictures are in Menengai. So one of them is a grain dryer, and it just uses geothermal steam to dry grains. We use geothermal steam to heat greenhouses and ensure that there's, number one, we accelerate the growth of crops under greenhouse that are heated, but at the same time, we also cut down on the use of pesticides. So like I think that is capsicum in Menengai, and it's one of the most organic produce you can ever eat in this country. The other one is milk pasteurization. Again, just the use of geothermal steam. Because in industries, what they do, they get heavy oil or wood to heat boilers to give us steam, so steam to run the industrial processes. But for our case, we are lucky that God loved us so much that the earth has already done the heating for us, and that's why we are trying to do it in spin-off activities, including heating fish ponds. Fish ponds, tilapia grows 30% faster in a heated pool, and therefore you can really accelerate the growth and then of course create opportunities for aqua culture beyond fish. Of course, we can do other things like shrimps and crocodiles. Another important thing that we are doing at Menengai, we are in partnership with Kasan Ramji, and they are going to use the geothermal steam. Again, instead of using coal or heavy oil, they are going to use that steam to dry cement components, and also they are going to generate 4 megawatts of electricity to run the operations. This is a program called Captive Power, and it's the future whereby we are thinking of setting up industrial parks. So industries will utilize the steam, and the good thing is that it's native to a place. So you have just to create an industrial park in an area like Menengai so that they can utilize this steam that is actually very, very affordable, and therefore it will bring down the cost of doing business, give us profit, and lower the cost of products. Okay, that is our community engagement. That is mostly in the North Rift. I'll tell you, we have rolled out one of the most elaborate water system in our community. We are having around 162 kilometers of water supplied in Tiati, and that place initially had completely no water. So what we have done is that we are supplying water to the community, both for domestic. For domestic, it's treated through reverse osmosis, and then also for their cattle. And we think that one is also one of the ways of mitigating on issues of conflict. In Paka, Tiati, again, we provide a lot. We have our camp barracks for our staff, and we have clinics there, but the clinics serve the community more than the staff. In essence, GDC is the government in Tiati. Continue. That is an example of Tiati where initially they never used to grow anything, but now they realize that with water, someone can actually turn that semi-arid place into something productive that will provide nutrition to the community. Beyond the things we are doing, we are also doing a lot of consultancy services in the region. Along the East Africa Rift system, where we have the Rift Valley, those countries are also desirous of developing their own geothermal, and Kenya is their benchmark area. So we have partnerships, and they keep on coming here to learn from us, and we also go there to train them and offer consultancy. So that is geothermal diplomacy. And our future outlook, again, beyond power, we are looking towards green hydrogen, ammonia, carbon credits, and of course leisure and recreation. That picture is in Blue Lagoon in Iceland, and it's one of the most iconic places in Iceland. It attracts almost 1 million visitors per year, when Iceland's population is only 400,000. So that is our presentation from GDC. Thank you so much.
Let's give Eric another hearty clap. At this moment, I want to thank you all for giving us and being patient as our various partners engaged us in what they do, because I believe in such forums, it's not just about ourselves, but we also need to hear what other organizations are doing in this country, so that when you report some of these issues, when we cover some of these issues, we cover from a point of knowledge. And that's why we take time to listen to some of our partners and for them to take us through. At this moment, kindly let's just take a break for tea. Let's converge at 11 for the next session. So let's take a tea break. Enjoy your tea.
I need something stronger. What to that? I wonder.
Check. Sound check 1 2. 1 2 3 4 5. 5 4 2 1. Sound check 1 2. Sound check 1 2. 1 2. 1 2 sound check. Sound check 1 2. Sound check 1 2.
Ini kawan. check, clarity, check, clarity check, final checking, 820, 830, 626. Final check, clarity check, 820, 826. Clarity check, 820, 826. Final check. Aya. Three, two, one. Final check. We are through. Sawa. Mike, ni test 826. 600 na ile ingine tuwapatie watumie tafadhali.
One, two, two, two. Hello. Yes, check, check. 1, 2, 1, 2, 2, 2. Check, check. 1, 2, 1, 2. Hello, hello. Check, check.
Koduoro Bala, sasa tunaita na majina. Eric Koduoro Bala. Ng'ang'a Mbugua, sasa tunaita na majina. Ingeni ndani. Sasa tawaita na majina. Tafadhali ingie ndani. Ng'ang'a Mbugua autograph baadaye.
Ng'ang'a Mbugua and your team, please get inside. We are about to start.
Tafadhali ndani. Nixon Ng'ang'a.
Let's take our seats for the next session to begin in the next 3 minutes.
Ndani.
Wewe uingie kwanza.
Mimi nimekuja kupita watu na majina sasa. Unataka nianze shot? Ruth Nesoma.
Thank you, Agnes. Please take your seat.
Topista. Lilian Kaizi. Ingia ndani. Naita na mimi nawajua. Naita na majina tu.
Thank you. I can see.
Can I still sit there or someone? Just grab us. Okay.
So I will invite the session chair, Mr. Openda, to give us a few housekeeping matters before the next session begins. So let's have some order, please. Thank you, Mr. Openda. Please take over.
Karibuni tena. Omoyo, have a seat. Macharia Gaidho, have a seat. Nitawaita kwa majina sasa. Kwamboka tafadhali, take your seat. Ng'ang'a Mbugua, come in front. You are the moderator. Linda Batch, take your seat up front. Beatrice Marshall, kindly.
Are you in the group? Convention?
Tom Jalio.
Nasuliona hizo vitu zote zimeandikwa nini?
Agnes Mwangangi, kindly.
Our last one. Alafu tuende. The program is changed.
Kindly welcome to the podium. Yeah,
we brought everything.
Organized group.
I've been told to whip everybody because there's so much noise coming from outside. Please get in.
Thank you very much, Ng'ang'a Mbugua and your team. We are always told that if you've not traveled, you will imagine that your mom makes the best modokoi or ugali or rice. But traveling opens your world view. And Kenya Editors Guild, over the last 3 years, has partnered with the Chinese embassy to look into areas of technology and how we can leverage on technology to improve our media landscape in Kenya. Traveling also makes you kind of some misconceptions that you've had about either a community or a person or a certain area. It brings into perspective those particular areas. When I was growing up as a young man, my main perception about China was Kung Fu. You know, those karate films that we used to go and watch in the estate, open air films. And my best character was Bruce Lee. But today, we are not talking about karate. We are talking about Kenya-China cooperation in the field of media. And to take us through this, our moderator is Ng'ang'a Mbugua, an accomplished publisher. He has a desk outside there. Kindly promote him, buy his books. This is just to show you that journalists can also have an extra income stream. And Ng'ang'a is doing that very well. Ng'ang'a Mbugua, karibu.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. As you've heard, my name is Mbugua Ng'ang'a. I'm the managing editor of the Nairobi Law Monthly and the Nairobi Business Monthly. But here today, we want to discuss the issues of cooperation and partnerships that we have built between Kenyan journalists and our counterparts in China with the help of the Chinese embassy in Nairobi. As Francis has correctly observed, traveling opens our eyes to new experiences and gives us opportunities to learn best practices from one another. So I want to introduce the members of the panel, but I would like them to speak on their own behalf. Most of them are TV and radio journalists. They have better voices than myself. So we start with the Agi. Oh, yeah.
So good morning. My name is Agnes Mwangangi. I work for the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation, aka Mama na Baba, like I always say, because indeed it is. I'm a broadcast journalist, I think for more than 20 years. And I'm happy to be here. So I think currently I am a news editor, and that's what I'm doing for now.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Linda Batch. I'm a consultant editor and also a council member with Kenya Editors Guild. I represent print media. Thank you.
You can also mention when you were in China and what you had gone to do.
We mentioned straight away. Okay. So I visited China in June of this year. It was an invite to the Kenya Editors Guild officials. And I visited in the second batch. We visited Hunan.
What you saw was the use of AI to create anchors. In Nairobi, we are not there yet, but in Beijing, they have tried it. And actually, one time, they aired a production with one of our fake video anchors, Guangxi, using AI technology. So there's that exploration. So yes, there's a lot of, there's a bit of use of that now, but there's a lot of use of AI in our, in Beijing particularly. But there's a lot of virtual reality that is very common. I also want to point out one thing, that, you know, China Media Group is vast. So we have like 40 channels for CCTV. We have 80, we broadcast in 80 languages. CGTN, and you know, but news, we have 5 languages for news. So there's a lot of learning from each other. We have studios in Russia, in India, in Latin America, in the United Kingdom, in Dubai, which is the headquarters of our Arabic. So there's a lot of learning from each other, from each of the various hubs, and that is where we are. When it comes to Africa, not that we are left behind, we are not. Just to let you know that when we started CGT, actually we were CCTV initially around 14 years ago, we were the first global media to actually broadcast on the continent. It had never been done before because it was very expensive to put a broadcast hub on the African continent, because none of the other Western media had set up like the satellite equipment and all that stuff. So we started from scratch and up to where we are today. Thank you.
Yeah, now maybe Macharia Gaitho can chime in on that. Macharia Gaitho, you have been in the industry for quite a while. You were there when we used typewriters, when people got the teardrop computers and they were afraid to use them, when we were introduced to DTI as a technology for making newspapers, and the coming of the internet. What is your view of how technology has evolved in the media space, and what do you think we can learn from the experiences of CGTN and the China Daily, for example?
It's been a very, very long journey. Before I got into journalism, I started my working life as a paste-up artist. My tools of trade were a pair of scissors, a ruler, a divider, and cow gum. When I joined the media, there were still people who were doing that job of paste-up artists, which is physically making up the pages using those very same tools, scissors, cow gum, ruler, and so on and so forth. That was in 1986. Things have changed a great deal. On one of my visits to China, I think that was in 2012 or thereabouts, I had the opportunity to visit CCTV. Vast studios. And it was really an eye-open then. And technology today has evolved a lot since then. We have a lot of learning, a lot of catching up to do. But of course, our media is in many ways very different from what you might call the Chinese experience. My last visit to China was in 2018, and we had a session with Chinese editors, and we had a group of journalists from Kenya and the wider East Africa. And in many ways, we found there was not a meeting of minds, because we are used to a very robust, freewheeling, open way of doing things outside state control. In fact, what I was telling them is that in Kenya, we do not have a state media. It is non-existent. In China, the media is basically state-controlled and serves the state, and then what they might call the national interest. In our experience, the national interest is not necessarily my interest. But when it comes to the basic tools of trade, technology, we have to be on the same page because these things are universal. Beatrice has told us about using AI tools, virtual newscasters. We will sooner or later, we have no choice but to venture into that space. We moved away from CowGam. We have to embrace virtual reality and AI and all these other things. As simple as that.
Yeah, thank you so much. By the way, I also found the bromides. When I used to work for Expression Today, we used to use the paste-up technology. Maybe I can come to Agi, because you have raised the issue of the state-owned media, and we know that both CitiGen and China Daily are state-owned media. In terms of innovation and in terms of culture, what are the learnings that KBC as a state-owned broadcaster can take away from this conversation about the use of technology and the corporate culture?
I think I'll start by first indicating that I was in China in August. That was towards the end of August. The tour was organized by the People's Daily. That is a print arm of the media. No, mine was the People's Daily. Yeah, so the People's Daily, I guess. That's the, yeah, it's the newspaper. So, and basically it was just for attending the Belt and Road. This was going to be the 13th Belt and Road, which was in Chengdu province. So we were in Chengdu, the Belt and Road program. The project was being, this is the kind, they have those celebrations every other year. So it was the launch of the 13th, and then after that, the rest was just a media tour. And some of the lessons I learned is that the Chinese are very huge on leveraging on technology for preserving their culture, and culture in all forms. We were not able to visit any media house, but from the tours that we had, like we visited museums where the Chinese have really used technology to preserve their culture. And what happened those days, like centuries ago is what they would say, where you have like recreated maybe riverbeds of places that had earthquakes, the trees fell, and like the rivers, you know, things that just happened in the forests and in places where they felt that they need to preserve this for the culture. So they have recreated all those, including even recreating places where famous people like Du Fu, who was a great artist, the museum, recreating it in the exact same place where he lived. And so I felt that they are using technology to keep those memories that we would have for posterity, for our children. Because if you look around sometimes, it is not very possible to get to see like the evolution of the media. If you go, like for example, if you came to KBC, yes, I know currently we are digitizing all our material that was on tape and that was analog, if I would say that. But again, someone was asking, is it possible, apart from just transferring the information from the tapes onto digital platforms, is it possible that we can keep this material, or we can transfer this material onto platforms where anybody in the world can access it? That would be a great use of technology for preservation of cultural, I would say maybe material. And like you know, in KBC we have like tapes from the the olden days when the first president was alive and all that. And those are things that are unique to KBC. It's very difficult to find them in other places. So I think with the use of technology and cooperation, of course, with like the Chinese, because they are willing to help, and their idea is to cooperate with countries and media houses, I think they would help in ensuring that such material is preserved for posterity, and also even for us. I mean, it's not like everyone. If you look at the current generation, most of them do not even identify with some of the things that happened, say, like 20 years ago. I don't know, I would say that many of us have been advised to make Google our friend, but I'm not sure most of us are making Google our friend. So I think that would really be helpful, so that you can use that technology, you leverage on it to preserve such information and pictures and videos, so that future generations are able to access it and learn from it.
You have raised a very important issue, and I want Linda and Tom to speak to it about culture, heritage, and how we tell stories around these critical issues. The Kenyan media is very focused on politics, and often you hear people saying, I no longer read newspapers or I no longer watch TV because there's a lot of negative information. When you look at some of the stories that are shared on Chinese media, they have stories about local tourism, about the heritage sites where people can visit, and how they are encouraging internal tourism. And considering that we are discussing innovative storytelling, and we are also having a partnership with the Kenya Tourism Board, what are some of the learnings that we can do about giving culture, traditions and heritage more prominence and better coverage in Kenyan media? After you, Tom can take it.
All right. So while in China, in the itinerary, we went to a village called Yekun. Maybe some of you are, if you're on Facebook and you follow the story of Rose, the Ugandan married to a Chinese. So, as you correctly put it, it's not just about politics, but like during that visit, it was quite, as in even the way the visit was organized, we were taken through, like going into rural China to see where Rose lives, and in collaboration with the ZICC, Zhejiang International Cooperation Center, they were able to capture our visit. It was myself, Ken Bosire, our president, and Topista. So we went to where Rose lives with her husband, and maybe you just read about China, or maybe what you watch in movies, but during that visit, we were taken into the village, and I remember when I came back, that's one of the stories that I did. And besides that kind of storytelling about Chinese culture and even the language, that visit opened my eyes to a lot of things. Like, I realized, the first time I thought of learning Chinese, I found it so difficult. Like, it's something I can't do. But right now, I can count to 20 in Chinese. Huh? Yeah. I realized that I count. Okay. Okay. I, A, San, Shi, Hu, Chi, Ba, Jo, Shi.
Sounds like shisha.
So it took that visit to realize that I can actually speak or learn Chinese. And one of the things that I intend on doing is to enroll at the University of Nairobi. There's it's called Confucius Center, yeah. Yeah, and enroll and study the language. Something else about cultural exchange. We went to, the statue of Mao Zedong. It takes you to go there and see, this great man that you just read about in history. But now when we did the cultural visit, when we did the tour, we were able to go and see his hometown, visit where his statue is preserved, his home where he lived. So it just takes that one-on-one visit between media houses or media organizations to take you there and see. And with that, you know, you can improve on your storytelling and realize that it's not always just about politics. Thank you.
Tom?
Okay, just to pick up on where she's saying about the tours that we did and the way they showcase the culture. I was in Xi'an province, whereby if you think I'm colorful, you should see the way people are dressing on the streets. What's happening there is there's a kind of cultural renaissance, whereby they understand that they have a long history, thousands of years, and they're trying to revive that culture of the past. And it's very colorful, it's very beautiful. And another way in which they communicate their culture is through the plays. We went to a theater. We watched a play called The Palace of Eternal Life. It was 3 hours long, and it was a very complicated story about an emperor who had a mistress who hanged herself, and then he became very depressed until eventually they reunited in paradise. So it's a very colorful way of showcasing their history, and you learn a lot when you're watching it. So I really appreciated that. But also you touched on tourism, and one thing I noticed and I really appreciated when I was in China is that, you know, here we're always struggling to encourage our people to visit our local domestic sites. We are always depending on foreigners to come and give us their dollars for our tourism industry to survive. Otherwise, a lot of hotels and resorts will shut down in the coast. But there, everywhere I went, majority of the people were actually Chinese people. They're very passionate about that.
And that's the reason I was asking you, do you think that storytelling influences domestic tourism?
From that experience, I would say so, yes. It definitely does, because it influences you to appreciate your own culture, your heritage, your history.
Beatrice, you want to speak to that?
Yeah, okay. Actually, I wanted to address two issues that have been mentioned here. One is about the archiving and the, I think you mentioned about the archiving, and we have what you call a global sharing platform. So across all these many channels, if I wanted footage, for instance, that dates back to 1963, I would find it because it has been archived in this global sharing platform. So if I wanted, for instance, if I was doing a story and then I wanted a quote from somebody who may be an African leader, because I work in the African office and our mandate is Africa, who maybe said something in Beijing in 1970, I will find it. More importantly, that information is also available to you. So if you want some of our old footage relating to Kenya and any of that stuff, you can find it in our archive. So that one is possible. What we have done is we have interlinked our channels. So you have a password in the library. The library is, it's not a library. It's sort of like it's all technological. It's all technology. So you'll just key in what you're looking for and you'll find the footage and the clips. And the other day I went to Tanzania and I was doing a story on the Tazara Railway and I found the footage of its inception in the 1960s. The second point I wanted to touch on was Macharia talked about editorial. Yes, we are, CMG is state media. We are state funded, fully state funded. So we don't get any, we don't have advertising, we don't, that's why you see on our CGTN channel, you don't see any advertising because we are purely state funded. And he talked about how our editorial style is quite different. What we have is what we do is called constructive journalism. In constructive journalism, it's slightly different from the, what Macharia Guide was talking about, because we focus on matters of development. Our business segment, for instance, Global Business Africa, talks about the business developments across the entire continent. We talk about the social developments of Africa. Our mandate or our editorial policy is to showcase the side of Africa that the rest of the world doesn't see. When you look at CNN, BBC, I don't know, Al Jazeera, not so much Al Jazeera, but yes, let's say Al Jazeera, but mainly the Western media, you will find that when it comes to Africa, they have one correspondent, and that correspondent probably goes around, one or two goes around the hotspots where there is civil war, where the news is selling. We have a different approach. Our approach is the local person there is the one that can tell the story better than somebody who's flown in. So we have correspondents in about 42 African countries. And when a story, we don't just wait for a story about a civil war. We mainly focus on development there. We will do stories about Nairobi, for instance, how Nairobi looks. Every year we deploy teams of up to 100 or almost 100 to the Masai Mara to do live streaming of the wildebeest migration, because we want to show the other side of Africa that other global media are not able to. Thank you.
I think we can have a conversation around that, and I'm about to open to the floor. I remember we had a conversation with the officials from the All China Journalists Association, and there's one thing that their chairman said. He said the media in China is like the media in Kenya. Both are free, but the media in China is not pushing for a regime change. So, it's a conversation that we can have about storytelling and freedom of media. So we can open the floor to people who have questions, and then we can take the debate forward. Ken, you can give that's Ondego. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Mine will just be a few observations. My name is Ondeko Faura. I work with CGT in Africa. I am the deputy editor planning. With me is Monica. Allow me just to introduce her. Monica, her Chinese name is Wu Shengyu. She's the director of news gathering at CGTN Africa. You have a seat, yes. So briefly, I'll try to be very, very brief. How do we operate? We do cover all kinds of stories. Recently, we went out of our way to cover Sudan very extensively. The situation in Sudan over the past 1 year. We dedicated 1 hour of our news to Sudan. That just goes to show that we do not neglect other major stories.
You are supposed to ask a question,
sorry.
not to defend your employer.
Pardon me for that. No, pardon me for that. It's just an observation that I wanted to make so that it's clear that we are alert to all the news coverage when it deserves. Thank you very much.
You're very welcome.
I appreciate your guidance. Thank you. Thank you.
Any question from the floor? So there's a hand up here for a lady. George?
Yes, I'm going to ask a very quick question. I think Macharia talked about the media in China being under state control. And we know that oftentimes that affects, of course,
And one of the languages, in fact, the main language, foreign language she chose is Chinese. And that are studying Chinese and are interested in development studies? Thank you.
I think that question will direct to the Chinese embassy so that they can also speak. Someone else, or we take those two? Chabusiri?
Thank you. My name is Wanyama Chebusiri. I'm just curious. My sister mentioned that the Chinese media practices what she described as constructive journalism. How is that constructive journalism? I mean, in the context of the wider journalism that we know, how is it helping media freedom? For example, in our course, there's heavy censorship within the Chinese media. And when you look at even the Chinese news, actually, I watch it. It's unnecessarily long and full of PR, in my view. Thank you.
Okay, let me first start by asking whoever is asking the question about press freedom, what is your definition of press freedom? I need to understand because I'm not curtailed in what I do, so I need to understand from you what you mean by press freedom or lack of press freedom.
Press freedom, according to me, it's where the media is allowed to report freely, independently, and objectively. The Chinese media hardly pinpoints the gaps within the Chinese system. For example, my senior Macharia there has aptly put it that they hardly can even constructively criticize the Chinese government, and that's lack of press freedom.
So I disagree with you on what you mean by press freedom, because in my line of work, we do what we call story pitches. You pitch a story and you go and do that story. Now, every media house has an editorial policy, right? And I remember when I was working for local media and I moved to work for CGTN, and somebody asked me why. Because I said, I want to tell the story of my life today. I want to tell the story of my living today, right? I do not want to tell the stories of aggression or those sort of things. So when you talk about press freedom being curtailed, you're talking about perhaps my story being heavily censored, which is not the case. Yeah? We have our editorial policy. We follow our editorial policy. In our Nairobi office, for instance, right? Our line producers, the people who are in charge of planning, like Aura Ondeko, and he can explain that a bit better. He's in charge of planning. He's a Kenyan. He's totally in charge of what he does. Our line producers are all Kenyans, other Africans. They are totally in charge of what they do. So I don't know at what point you would say my telling my story the way I see it fit to be told, my freedom as a journalist is curtailed.
Macharia, you want to interject?
One of the things I shared with Chinese colleagues on my visit in 2018 was the history of our media and why we value our freedom to report without government controls, without censorship, without fear. And it was very simple. If you go back to the colonial period, down to the 1920s and 1930s, you will find that all the pioneer freedom fighters, Harry Thuku, and then came the Bildad Kagea, Jomo Kenyatta, Ginga Odinga, Ochieng Oneko, Makan Singh, Piogama Pinto, all of them were journalists or publishers. They used the independent media to fight for Kenyan independence and to counter the mainstream media of the day, essentially the Standard Media Group, which was a colonial propaganda outfit. And even today, we depend on those same principles to call the government to account. During what we call the struggle for the second liberation, 1990 onwards, when the Nation and Standard and other mainstream media houses were timid or afraid to fight for democracy, it took what we call the alternative media, Nairobi Law Monthly, Beyond Magazine,
Finance.
Which was the other one?
Finance.
Finance Magazine, Society, and others to push that struggle. It is something that we can never surrender. Now, China has its showing how Chinese media is code for Africa. And they gave examples, the growth of CCTV and CGTV. And I said, no, this is not accurate, because we have had BBC here for how many years? Have we complained that the American or British media is invading Kenya? They are there. They do their own thing. They also spew narratives in their own way. Look today at reporting on the genocide in Gaza. Read CNN, BBC, any Western news. When you talk about casualties in Gaza, they'll say, according to the Hamas-controlled Ministry of Health. They never tell us about the
embassy. We had a session in Mombasa, and we had a session in Mombasa, and we met students who are traveling else and would like to. I believe it's something that can happen, because it's already happening in other programs. Thank you.
So now we can have a representative from the embassy.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mbugua. It's a great honor to be here, and thank you very much for giving me the floor to speak. First, I really can't help myself to maybe correct something from Mr. Openda during his opening speech, that he was mentioning about Chinese Kung Fu, but I would like to clarify that karate is not Chinese Kung Fu. I'm sorry. Karate is Japanese. And Taekwondo is Korean. So Chinese Kung Fu, we call it Wushu, Chinese martial arts. Yes, this is something, little facts about China.
We can include him in the next trip.
Yes, of course, we need to, yes. Yeah. So regarding the Chinese language, actually I have a very good news to share. Just about 2 weeks ago, during a big convention in China, there was a memorandum of understanding it finally came true, and many people from the Ministry of Education in Kenya and the Confucius Institutes have put many efforts forward that more students can enjoy this privilege of learning the Chinese language in the future in the local schools, including the high schools and the primary schools. And also, maybe just a few words regarding that gentleman's question. First, I would really like to invite that gentleman who raised this question to visit China for once at least, because I think this will really help for understanding the difference and the possibilities of our cooperation. Because China and Kenya were quite different. We're located in two very distant continents, and there must be some cultural differences also in the area of media. So if you look closely to how the Chinese media operates, you will find out that the Chinese media, they seldomly report on politics. Their major coverage is basically around the development issues, the new technology trends, and also the international cooperation. So I think it's more future-oriented. So this is the Chinese media in my eyes, but you have to see with your eyes. I'm glad that all the media friends that we have invited to visit China before are satisfied with what they have seen and experienced. So I believe there is a big room for us to leave the differences behind and also look at the potentials on how we can collaborate, how we can learn from each other. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Odor, you have interacted with the Chinese media for a long time. You have partnerships with them. I'm giving you 1 minute to conclude and create common ground between the divergent views. 1 minute.
Okay, thank you. I think other than Mash, I think I could be one of those journalists in Kenya who have visited China more. And we've got a partnership with the All China Journalists Association on how they can partner with us. And we're also a member of Belt and Road Journalist Network. And I think a forum like this is important that we also isolate the truths and myths. I do not see the difference of Chinese media with the Kenyan media, because both actually champion public interest stories and public interest journalism. And just like in Kenya, we had KANU briefs, and sometimes we discuss this. And I think people try to confuse what Communist Party of China does and what we do is the same, because they also have got a party machinery and a party communication system that work independently of the mainstream media. And I can remember when I was there in August, there were the stories like we do here, where there was a story about environment, and there is a minister there who was also put on the spot, the same way we put our ministers here on the spot if something is not happening. And
unless there's someone in the panel with a burning contribution, make it 1 minute.
China is a vast and very diverse society. If you go to Guangzhou, a place called Xiaobeilu, you will think you're in Gikomba market. You will hear people of the mountain speaking of their shopping experiences. Okay? When you go to Inner Mongolia, you will not see a single black face. But if you happen to be hosted by the governor for dinner, you will learn the true meaning of bottoms up. And you will walk out on your knees.
Tom, you have something to say?
Yeah, just in my concluding remarks, I think I'd be remiss if I did not take this opportunity to thank the Kenya Editors Guild for the opportunity to travel to China, and also the Chinese embassy. They are very good in facilitating me. You can imagine you're traveling to China tomorrow, and today you don't have a visa. You go to the embassy and they give it to you. I really appreciate it. I'll never forget that experience. And I'd also like to echo what Zhenyu Liu was saying about the narrative. When you go to China, it really changes your impression from what you see in the media, because one of the pet peeves they have, we are kindred spirit in that sense, Africa and China, is misrepresentation by the West. So there's a lot of misinformation and disinformation around China that when you go there, you get to appreciate the real story. For instance, China is very famous for manufacturing, yeah? And so it gets a lot of heat for contributing to climate change. Yeah, but they're actually doing a lot to counter climate change. No country is investing more in solar and wind energy right now than China. So that's one of the things. Thank you.
Okay, in 30 seconds, we at CMG, we welcome partnerships in all aspects, including resource sharing. You know, if you want, for instance, like she was talking about any information dating back to the 60s, old pictures of Jomo Kenyatta, you can find it with us. You're welcome to share that with us. We also welcome production, co-sharing. We want to partner with local media in television and in radio, because that's where we are. And also, I mean, we are a conglomerate of over 50,000 members of staff, and we are expanding our Africa Bureau. So there could be job opportunities. We welcome you also to come and work with us and share this journey with us and see how we are strengthening that partnership between China and Africa, but also see the different styles of our media journalism, which remains, at the end of it, journalism for all of us. Thank you.
In my parting shot, I will say there's a lot to learn from China, especially even for us journalists. What we saw there, like at the Lushui Museum, where they've preserved, you know, like the first camera, just the way they were doing their production. Marsh was describing how they started journalism, cut and paste. The Chinese, they have it in museums, preserved step by step. So there's a lot to learn from there. And then my second point, seeing is believing. So if you want to know more about China, please visit. Don't believe what somebody else tells you. Thank you.
Let me just say that my panelists have taken all the words from my mouth. So I think I'm just glad to conclude by saying that, indeed, if you are going to China, it is important that you go there with an open mind. That is what someone told me when I was leaving. So that you do not have these impressions that this is what I'm expecting of China, so that you're able to see things as they are. And then number two, I think we can take advantage of the China, Kenya, and other countries' cooperations to leverage on technology, and even to do those things like, for example, if it is archiving and bettering our media and whatever else around media that we can do together, and that they are able to offer that technology, I think we should take advantage of that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm donating my 1 minute to Madam President. Maybe she can tell us about the AI newscaster she saw in China. Madam Zubeida.
Thank you. I wasn't ready for this. Ni hao. Thank you so much to the Chinese Embassy for giving us an opportunity to tour China, because personally I learned a lot during that tour. There's a lot to learn during our trip, and we really are honored to partner with Chinese Embassy for these exchange programs. And Wanyama, lucky you, you've won yourself a ticket to China. I hope you've updated your passport. So as my colleagues have said, seeing is believing. And it's not, telling positive stories doesn't mean that, you know, it affects your freedom as media or journalists to tell, you know, to reach out to your audiences. Because what I noticed, or what I learned during my trip, is that they've invested a lot in positive journalism, where you tell stories that inspire. You know, you don't have to just tell stories, political stories, for you to reach out to your audiences. And I don't know whether it's because of how we've been socialized. Sometimes we in broadcasting, if we don't have the political stories, people say, how are leo awana news? You know, but we can change that narrative and tell positive stories about Kenya. Right now, there's a lot to showcase in Nakuru County. You know, we can't just focus on politics. There's a lot to showcase and to tell Kenya about. Because something we noticed at China Daily and CGTN is that they are also using AI to tell these stories. You know, like they've segmented different stories or programs where you can tell stories on culture, children, women, you know, the history. You know, there's a lot we can tell as Kenya, and I hope through this partnership we can learn a lot. Finally, we were told about AMSP, or Service Media Platform, where I know many of our newsrooms are struggling. So this is a partnership that brings...
Back to you, Francis.
Thank you very much, Nganga and Tim. You can take leave. And let's give them a round of applause for...
Karibu.
So basically, we just wanted to share the media practice in Kenya and in China so that our colleagues can tell us their experience there. We will be breaking shortly for lunch. In fact, we've overshot our time. We were supposed to have taken lunch break at around midday. We are doing early lunch because, as we indicated, in the afternoon, once the government takes over the state, it's their program. So that's why you've seen some changes in the program here and there. Kindly bear with us. At this moment, we have the British High Commission, which is attending one of our conventions for the first time. So I'd just like to call Georgina, who is the head of comms at the British High Commission, just to give us a word. Georgina, welcome.
Hi, everyone. I think most of you know me. It's really great to see some familiar faces. But as mentioned, I'm Georgina. I'm the head of communications at the British High Commission. I was very sorry not to be able to come yesterday, but hopefully lots of you met my colleague Jack, who is here, and I'll be around for the rest of the conference. Already very lively discussions, so it's great to be here. The High Commission and Kenya Editors Guild are long-standing partners. We've done projects ranging from sort of media freedom around the elections to all sorts of other things. So it's really a great honor to be here and to see so many of you in attendance. As I'm sure lots of you know, the UK is a huge champion of media freedom, so it was interesting to hear the debate and with our Chinese colleagues here today, and it's something that we continue to champion. We know that times are tough for the media here in Kenya, so we continue to stand with you and are happy to discuss areas of collaboration, how we can better support you, how we can link you up with organizations like the BBC and other UK media houses. I know a lot of you will have started out your careers at the BBC because they're a fantastic incubator for journalists all over the world. So I know I'm standing between you and lunch, so I'll wrap up there, but please come and say hello if you haven't met me before.
Asante sana, Georgina. So just a few housekeeping rules. Right from here, we'll go to the second floor balcony just to take a group photograph. Some of these things are memorable and we keep them in our archives. We'll want to know who came for our conference, so it's important. So we'll just go to the second floor balcony for our photo session. Kindly ensure that you've been issued with a lunch card. If you don't have one, we have Adala here who will help you out. Adala? Yeah. Kindly see $1 for your meal card. So let's proceed for the photo session. Then we come back at 1:30. Photo and then lunch, not lunch and then photo. Yes. Photo, lunch. We come back at 1:30 in the afternoon. If our guests are here early enough, we want to go to the park. So kindly, also I'm requesting that at this juncture, please carry your laptops with you. You can take them back to the room because for security reasons, they will have to maybe check the room, isn't it? Do a few things here and there while we are out. So just take your stuff with you, lock them in the room so that we give them enough space to carry out their work. In the afternoon, it's the park. So go and look for your safari boots. Yeah. So twende kwa picha sasa.
1, 2, 3. Sound check. Clarity. Clarity 1, 2. Clarity 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. Clarity. Clarity 1, 2, 3. Sound check 1, 2. Sound check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Kindly clear this room. Kindly clear this room. Tafadhali, na kama inawezekana mtu abebe the personal belongings.
I think that is in order. 1, 2, 3. Clarity check 1, 2.
tatu. For the last time clarity check, umeweka moja mbili tatu. Okay. Okay, for check, check, check. Hii ni gani? Hii kwa transmitter hiyo sasa. Okay, sawa. Na hiyo sasa moja hiyo sasa. Okay, sawa. Okay. Haya, tumekuja juu sasa. Tubebe. Tunabeba juu. Tubebe. Kamera, umenipata vizuri? Sauti unapata vizuri? Tuko set? Safi kabisa. Sasa utatoa.
Hosanna. Hey, hey, yanimurudisha, nikiruka, Hosanna, Hosanna. Hallelujah.
Wanyama Chebusiri, take your seat. At this moment, as we wait for our chief guest, I would want to call one of our colleagues from one of the media houses, just to recap for us what we've discussed since morning, and also to share experiences, insights, and where the media is headed to as we wait for our guest of honor. So Joe Ageyo, kindly come in front. And this is just a general discussion on the media landscape, past, present, and future.
When you hear Francis talk about general landscape, it tells you that it is an ambush. But yeah, over lunchtime, I was speaking to Martin Mutua. Where is Martin? Martin, where is Mato? Anyway, so I was telling him to write a book because I remember those many years ago when we used to cover Parliament with him. I found him there. That is actually the beginning of this story. I found him there, which means that he had such a long experience covering Parliament. In fact, we were reflecting, for example, on this idea of live transmission of parliamentary proceedings. Now, that, in relative terms, is a very new phenomenon in Kenya. And it speaks, why I was asking him to write something that people can read, especially colleagues who have come a little bit later into the industry, is because we are losing a lot of context and institutional memory in our journalism, in our reporting. A few months ago, I was talking to a Gen Z in the office, and she was going on about how this generation and our parents, and you know what they were saying around the fact that the previous generation had done nothing, and so these young people have come to show us how it is done. So I told her, you know, today you go on the street to demonstrate, you say, you take that right to demonstrate for granted as if it has always existed. Yet there was a whole journey, a whole struggle that took many years so that that simple thing that you actually have a right to go out there and picket could be enshrined in the Constitution. So we are talking about a media sector today that has undergone what many people call the juniorization of newsroom, where you have younger people. Yes, a lot of them are coming with new ideas, ways of engaging with technology in a manner that Mash might not be comfortable. It's my turn, Mash. Yeah? But they will still need the nuts and bolts that Macharia Gaitho has honed over the years on just how to do good journalism. Because at the end of the day, the platforms are really just that. They are platforms, ways of distributing content. So ways of distributing means it's just a channel, but it still matters what goes through that channel. Is it solid? Is it accurate? Is it well sourced? Is it well written? That if I'm reading that thing, I feel that there's someone who put some work in this. So from the internal side of things as the media industry, there is that question of, yes, that whole juniorization that I talked about has a story to it, which means that the media has increasingly faced an existential threat that is a factor of many things. The first one, of course, is just the sheer fact that the business models have had to change, perhaps not fast enough. Why? Because the audience habits have changed. Why is that? Partly because of the dizzying technological changes that we have seen that have essentially changed how people consume content. A lot of you are in this room today. You probably haven't seen any copy of a physical newspaper. You haven't had a chance to watch any TV. You haven't listened to any radio. But if I ask you what is going on, you know, isn't it? Which means if we locked you up in this room for the next 3 months and left you only with your phone and the internet, when you come out, you probably will be more informed than the people who have been out there, just because all you'll be doing is to scroll to your phone. When you're tired of TikTok dances, you can check what's happening in Parliament and all of these things. You probably know a lot about the world, including the worlds you usually don't worry about. So as a result of that, it means that because the ways through which people consume content have changed, yet our media largely has, let me rephrase that, our journalism has been enacted largely within the context of commercial media, which means that these media houses make money and then we use that money to gather content, to pay people and that sort of thing. And so the moment that this media house 6 shillings, then if I had 10 shillings to spend, I'm giving this under my left arm.com something, and the other I can give to an influencer and all of that. Because all those people have their own audiences, okay? So then it means that what it used to cost to produce this newspaper, to hire people to work for it, and all of those things, then start becoming a problem. So that is really just the background to that. But add to that the fact that as a result of the struggles that the media faces then, you also have corporate, an imbalance now between the corporate power and journalistic power, which is to say there is increasingly a lot of say coming from the corporate side of things. Oh, yeah, why have you done that story? And, you know, we advertise with you, something like that. Now, those are real conversations, I think, which we need to have as the industry. When we talk about media sustainability, we are talking about several things. So one, there is changing, dwindling fortunes, I should say, of the media sector. Then suddenly the advertiser was very important, but suddenly they are now more important than they have ever been, to the point of seeking to also have a say on then what happens in the newsroom. That is interesting because many years ago, if you remember, and Emmanuel Juma will remember this, if, for instance, during the business news, there was a story about the launch of some product somewhere, there's an editor who will be in a lot of problems. Okay, the first people to complain will be from the commercial department, coming to say, why did you give that person free airtime? They should have paid for that. And there are instances where people were surcharged and they were made to actually pay for the value of what that would have cost in form of advertising. Today, it is not uncommon to find the commercial department will be saying, hey, my client has this launch tomorrow, could you please give them some editorial support because either we have signed something or we're about to sign something. Are there editors who recognize what I'm saying? Maybe I work in a strange place. You understand? Now that is a real problem, qua ground. You know, yesterday we were saying on the ground, what is really happening? And I think for us as editors, when we meet in places like this, it would be helpful for us to either formally hear or informally have real engagements about how do you navigate those spaces that have become more nuanced than they've ever been. Why? Because the way this conversation will go, this is a big advertiser, someone will say, big in terms of how much money they're spending. Okay, before, that was a fact, but in the newsroom, we never bothered about it that much. But today we'll be told, as a result of this, we might make a loss, or as a result of this, we might not meet our budget for this and the other thing. So you find yourself as a journalist, as an editor, engaging with very unfamiliar conversations, because this is not a conversation about, was your story accurate? Did you get the facts right? Did you follow the code of conduct for the practice of journalism in this place? Did you follow the law? Did you defame somebody? Because those are familiar stories that we can easily handle, you see? that if you defamed somebody, it is generally clear what you should have done, whether this is privileged, whether this is partly privileged, those kinds of things. We know those ones. We can have that conversation very quickly. But when it veers now into that terrain of, is that story really worth it, given that this is a big advertiser? Real conversations. And in our context, of course, we've had all those conversations around government advertising, and those are important to the extent that the government itself is also an advertiser. So for me, I see several strands of conversations that we ought to have, and they relate to existential questions around the media. So when we talk about media sustainability, I think we need to look at all these drivers of the threats that we face. That on the one hand, we have the traditional challenges that we still deal with. This will come in form of either laws that are in the books that then people zealously apply, or laws that don't exist, or things that are expressly provided for in the law, but they need to have a forward-looking media sector where we are on the cutting edge of what is really changing. We know this is where the industry is going. Yesterday, we were being told a lot about the new tools that have come. What does that portend for us? How do we ensure that we have the experience that helps us with sort of like the institutional memory that I talked about, the nuts and bolts of what good journalism is, helping to embed the ethics of our profession in there, but also make sure that our newsrooms are not caught in a time warp, that we do not change over time. Then we have newer challenges. AI is something that we talked about yesterday. I think that we should have perhaps a whole conference that talks about the real implications. I mean, many of you would have seen the video purportedly of Okiya Omtata, right? Now, I was telling someone, think about 2027, right? On the eve of the election, and Macharia Gaidho is standing to be elected to, Subukia, that's where, wants to be MP for, president, okay, yeah? And the challenger thereof is Eric Obino, right? And then on the eve of the election, Eric Obino or some representation of him comes on and says, Mimi nimeona, I have looked around and I have seen Macharia Gaidho is the best president we would ever have, and therefore I have withdrawn and I am supporting him for tomorrow, so come in all your numbers, vote for this guy, right? And then Eric is somewhere in a campaign rally. So, have you seen you have endorsed someone? By the time he goes around to saying, no, that was AI, that wasn't me, it is done. Some people have woken up and they have already voted. But that is just an extreme illustration. But I'm telling you that the damage that that could do, on the one hand, is massive, massive, because of just how quickly things travel in that space called social media. And finally, because Openda is, you had forgotten that I earn a living by talking. So the last point I will make is this, that also presents a marvelous opportunity in the sense that people will be looking for corridors of information that they can trust. So that presents an opportunity for us as media to be that place where people can go to and say, if I saw this coming from Openda, then I know it is true. So I see that as an opportunity.
That is Obuchunju. Just tell us, how do you do it as a community radio?
You know, one day I went to my bosses. That was when COVID hit. Then I started giving them big ideas. You know, we need to change how we are operating as a media house, as a newsroom. So one of my bosses told me, Henix, you know, you have very big ideas for a very small station like ours. That was the last discussion I ever had with the management on how we have to revamp our businesses. Colleagues, my name is Henix Colleagues, my name is Henrik Sobuchunju, working at Pamoja FM, the voice of Kibra. Pamoja FM is a community radio station that serves the residents of Kibra slum. From the name Pamoja, the station started in 2007 with an aim of uniting the residents of Kibra post PEV in 2007-2008. I've had my seniors speak on the challenges media is facing, specifically mainstream media, but I keep insisting that whatever mainstream media is facing now is where community media has been in this country over years. So when I hear my seniors like Muraydi speaking like, our colleagues are not being paid, we are struggling with businesses, then I'm wondering, Muraydi, give me 100,000 shillings and I'll run my newsroom for a month or even 2 good weeks to sustain it. And I'm so proud of that because I oftentimes work with Gen Zs. One thing I keep complaining is the mainstream media or the big boys steal most of my talents. And I was telling my colleague there, Robert from Kenyans.co, that I had a very good, wonderful team that we are trying to grapple with this issue of how do we combine the issue of digital media and us who are still a community media, because there's a good space in digital media where we are not limited. Unlike our frequencies as community media where we are limited to a short radius of 6 to 7 kilometers, but the digital media is giving us a lot of opportunities for us to explore. But after that wonderful team of Gen Zs, where one would wake up in the morning and tell me, you know what, Henix, leo miss kujikazi, to mean today I'm not coming to work, but I'll work from home. What do you do as an editor in such a media house where, oftentimes you are dealing with volunteers who are still very passionate about the industry? So you allow them to work and they deliver. But to cut the long story short is the issues that are facing the media industry in the country are not new to community media landscape in the country as well. The issues to do with money, the issues to do, talent. But I can assure you that today I get a lot of calls from mainstream media following up with potential stories that I can link them to, for example, in Kibra and even Nairobi. And that, to me, I see it as an opportunity. It's not always about the wars, but how can we now synergize to ensure that there are these stories that colleagues at the helm there can amplify them to ensure that they get the coverage. Our audiences are very unique. I'll tell you of a story. Was it in 2018? I was on air holding brief for my senior who was hosting the breakfast program. Then somebody calls me on air and tells me, hatutaki kusikia muziki, tunataka kusikia wewe ukiongea. To mean we don't want to listen to the music, but to you speaking. It changed my perspective on how audiences are viewing us as community media because they want interaction. They know where we are. I've had somebody walk to a station and want to know who is this Henrik Sobuchunju with a big voice. They were surprised, that I'm a small boy. The interaction we are having with the communities is just so massive to a point that I get calls past working hours and us being in the community. Now, what do you do? Or what do we do? I mean, do you have an option of not, pursuing that story or not coming up with a solution to that thing? Definitely not. And I've been asked many times, why are you now aging in the community media? But for me, I see it as a unique opportunity where stories have to be told. I know there are a lot of stories about community media journalists in this country. And you'll remember one day there was, I'll not mention their name, but a leader somewhere organized a press conference and Openda, the first question they asked, he's in zile media za jua kali. That is the notion that is out here already of journalists who are not largely in mainstream media, but in the small media houses. And Openda, those are the nations or the notions we are trying to change. And that is one of the motivations that made me join KEG. Thank you so much.
So you can see in Kenya Editors Guild, we embrace all media, big and small, so that the voice and the reach, every Kenyan, every listener is reached. At this juncture, as we wait for our guest, I want to change tack a bit, and I now want the audience, and more so non-journalists. I want you to pose questions about the media, any question about the media, and I will pick at any journalist or editor here randomly, so mwe alert to take on the question. So I'll just ask anybody who wants to know anything about the media, so long as you're not in the media. CA, KWS, Kenha, ask us those questions you've always wanted to ask. Or forever, don't remain silent. Keep on asking. Maswali, anybody who has any question of how we operate? At times you call us for coverage, we are there full team. Then the next day you flip through the paper, you check, listen to the radio, you check the running order on TV news, and you're nowhere to be seen. What constitutes news? How do we decide on what to air and what not to air? Let's get those questions, even from academia. We are ready to take your questions. Anybody? Wausi from KTB has a question here, and I'll pick on any editor. It's not directed at any specific person. Anybody can answer it, so just be ready. And I know you by names.
I have so many questions, lakini nitakuwa mpole. Let me not destroy some of the relations I have, especially with all your media houses. But probably someone can just tell me in a nutshell, what is the process that you follow to verify what goes on air, whether it's in print, digital, or TV, especially in an era where the audience also has other sources of getting the information? And then what is it that irritates you so much about press releases? Are there do's and don'ts that as PR practitioners that we are not aligning to? Maybe we are not agile. I've had some feedback of fatigue from the same sources giving you information. And I say this because in tourism, every day given a chance, I have a story to tell. We are never short of, especially what was referred to earlier as constructive journalism, journalism that is aimed at giving the other side of the story, not just politics, but really educating people about a certain topic. And then I have had an opportunity to be in a space where your reporters and journalists, your reporters and photo editors or photographers have a chance to grow with us in our programs. What criteria do you use to nominate your staff? I know there are times when I feel like I have a very special assignment and I just want to request if a specific reporter can come along because I feel like they will deliver because of the nature of the program. But what criteria do you use? Are there times that we find ourselves, there are times we find ourselves so disadvantaged as the beneficiaries of those services just because a journalist was not well prepared, and especially for the topic. I have many more, but maybe I could just get a few insights into this.
Thank you very much. So that I don't forget, because these questions are not directed to anybody specific, let me get an editor to respond to that one, then we come to you. That's okay. I'll ask Wabomba, who is a business editor at KBC, just to give us briefly what constitutes, what makes him decide what is going to run in his business news lineup. Thanks, Wabomba.
Okay, thank you. I'll start with the press releases. Most of the time, people in communication will tailor their press releases around, of course, the things they want to air. But of course, we are looking for a holistic kind of approach. In deciding what goes on air, of course, we're guided by several things: public interest, commercial interest, and such like things.
Any editor wants to add to what Wabomba has raised? What makes us decide what goes on air? Mash, veteran here, you can help us.
I think one of the things we really look at is what you call news value. And it is the job of an editor to determine what is of news value and how is it going to be packaged. And a simple question is, will it attract an audience? Will it sell? And of course, then there are the normal things. Is it true? Is it factual? Is it of interest to anybody other than the editor? And so on and so forth. And different papers will, of course, have different value judgments on these things. Within the Standard Group, for instance, they have the Standard newspaper. They have the Nairobian, targeting different audiences. So the editors there will decide what goes where, which fits where. Verification. Every newsroom worth its salt must have a verification process. And I always tell my reporters when I was in the newsroom that you are first of all your own editor. You're the one who will determine how will you package this story. Is it true? Is it factual? Have you done all the background checks required? And so on and so forth. But then there are further gatekeeping processes. There is the editor who assigned that story. He'll have to go through it. There's the news editor, or the business editor, or the section editor, or the sports editor. Again, they have to check what the reporter's bringing and make sure that everything is verified. If not, get it back to the reporter. The sub-editors. There are so many layers of gatekeeping that you, before any paper, any story is published, has gone through very many eyes. Assignment criteria. If you, as a news source, tell me you want a particular reporter to cover your story, that is the reporter I will not send. Simple as that. But I will look for the reporter who I know is best at that particular job, because we do have specialist reporters on various areas. I look for who will do the best job and not one who is tied to the news source, because then that reporter is already compromised. As simple as that.
Thank you very much, Macharia. Dr. Adoli? Let Dr. Adoli, then we come to you. Or you, unachangia.
Masha said about the choice of reporter. If you make a proposal, they would rather give the one they believe will serve the purpose. But I also want to be very honest. At times, depending on the function, you also send the reporter you think is not resourceful in the newsroom, so that you keep them busy and use the ones that you think are very necessary at this point to serve the very purpose. Tuseme ukweli.
On the press release. Thanks, Shimoli.
Yeah, thanks. I have had legs in both worlds, in the PR world and in the newsroom. And for a press release, why do you start your press release by telling me the Kenya Tourism Board was established by an act of parliament in the year 2023? What? Give me the news. Eh? Where is the news? So don't, I mean, and a news editor has so many things they are looking at. Eh? So when you start with irrelevancies, super shift spike.
Yes. Thank you very much. And I think also teaching, we should tell our students that when they become
writers of that, they don't start with that. However, I'm intrigued with the report. I think it's Professor Nyabuga, my colleague here, a policy paper by Friedrich Neumann. If you turn to page 8, if you have had a chance to look at that, there is a critical issue that the report raises, but I want to relate it to what I've been doing in the past 1 year. I'm a social researcher too, expected of us as academics. So I've been doing a research on the topic I call trauma journalism, and it's about journalists who cover violent crime, but these are events that affect them according to research psychologically. And in this research I did, I talked to journalists in Kenya, Uganda, and Rwanda, and they confirm.
Sorry to cut you short.
Yes.
The guest is here. So, if you don't mind.
Tomorrow.
Thank you very much.
This I have to bring out. It's really, really important for journalists and editors. Yeah.
To be continued. Nimefunga hiyo chapter. Unapiga tu unapiga wapi? Bro, simama kabisa. Niko hapa. Nasema yes. Sio bado. Sio nakuta. Daktari, you can finish your point. The moment the guest comes in, tutakatizia hapo. Bado yuko kule chini. Majibu utapata.
Majibu ndio nataka. So I was very quickly, so on trauma journalism, according to my study, journalists in Kenya, Uganda, and Rwanda actually in the interviews revealed that they are affected by this kind of stories. If you want the pictures, you can see in this report. And these are stories that cause trauma to journalists. And one of the challenges that I had is the gaps in these studies, that first, there is no psychosocial support in newsrooms. And then number two, journalists do not get a chance to talk about these issues. It is a work hazard. So I wanted the editors, the journalist's point of view. Is it a work hazard? What are media houses doing in terms of the social, psychosocial welfare of journalists, in terms of mental health care of journalists who are covering these intense issues that are affecting them emotionally or causing post-traumatic stress disorder? Hey, moderator Amanda, and there are 2 books that are coming up in the course of next year, which I hope that we can collaborate with Media Council of Kenya and this team to be able to disseminate so that we can see the intricacies of the issue at hand. In Uganda, for example, I had interviews with journalists who confirmed that almost around 10 journalists had died in an unexplained situation because of what could be related to the effects of the work that they are doing. In Kenya, I talked to journalists who covered post-election violence. In Rwanda, it was mostly on post-genocidal stories. So it was intense. It was really mind-boggling for me as a researcher.
Yeah, I think Joe wanted to chip in on that. Or it was not you? Maybe Marsh, give it to Marsh.
The issue of psychosocial support, it is we all went through some terrible times in the 2007 post-election violence. I think all newsrooms had people who were traumatized, either directly affected by the violence or having witnessed victims of that violence, or having had their families been victims of that violence, and yet they are in the newsrooms covering that same violence. I do know that there were some attempts by some of the media houses and even organizations like KUJ, Kenya Correspondents Association, and others to organize for counseling. And I think that is now becoming quite well established, that at least the main media houses, even up to today, do have on call people who can be called to help their staff who are facing some trauma out of their work. But it is not nearly enough. Journalism is a very stressful profession, and not just in times of violence. All the time, you will face issues which can really affect you mentally, emotionally, and so on and so forth. There is much more we can do together with the Media Council and others, organizations like KEG and all the other stakeholder groups. We have had a lot of training sessions on covering violence, the do's and don'ts, and how to prepare yourself for all eventualities, not just your safety and security, but also the things which will affect you mentally and emotionally. So these are ongoing processes, but it is something all newsrooms need to be conscious of. Some of the smaller houses don't have that kind of support, and that is where things like Media Council comes in to organize forums where all can benefit, particularly those who don't have in-house systems.
Just a minute, Joe. Just to add on to what Macharia Gaido is saying, there are some bits also that can really traumatize you. You can imagine being a crime reporter, and every time police recover bodies from a quarry, from where your news editor always sends you to the city mortuary or any of the morgues to confirm the number of deaths. With time, this will definitely affect you. You are covering gender, and you're always being sent to interview that man or that woman who has been beaten either by the husband or the wife. With time, this repeated coverage will definitely affect you. And on a light note, you are a business writer, and you're always being sent to cover money, and you're broke. It will traumatize you. Joe.
Yeah, no, that is true. But there's also the question of when you have many different competing interests as an editor, that is to say pressure from all manner of places, and you have to stand your ground, make the right decisions, deal with some of the consequences. It takes a toll on you as a person. But just to confirm that, yes, at the Nation, we actually do have a program like what Marsh was referring to, which is that very confidentially, there's a number, a person that you can reach out to, and then you can be helped, you can be supported in that. But I think one of the other things which we need to also discuss openly, that even in instances where such help exists, a lot of us would say, I'll handle this. Like, what is that? Kufa unakaa kijeshi, and at the risk of being accused of gender profiling, I think for us as men, it's a much bigger problem. Wanyama Chebusiri over there, if he has a problem, say as a man from a certain place that I know, why would you go parading yourself in front of someone saying, oh, I have this problem? So as a result of that, we actually have many people who either seek help when it is too late, when now we can all see it. And I think that's something we need to change as media people particularly. There's no getting used to all those terrible things that we do. There's something they do to you without you even knowing. So seeking help is actually a sign of courage. It's not a sign of weakness. Thank you.
Right of reply to Wanyama. Right of reply. Eh? In journalism, that one is a cardinal rule.
Thank you. It's true. I remember in 2008 when I was covering post-election violence in Eldoret, I witnessed my friend, a doctor, Kidole Mwangi, being slaughtered. Yes. And in the same vein, I interviewed a lady who had been raped in Naivasha by 15 men. And it was organized by the boyfriend. So you can imagine. And as Joe puts it, you know, you put on a breakfast, tough journalist, but it caught up with me. It caught up with me. You may have heard about Komla Dumo. Yes, Komla Dumo died because of putting on a breakfast. And that's why an award has been established in his honor. I had to go for counseling. Up to date, Kidole Mwangi's image is still there. But besides that, just to respond to what my sister there asked, more often than not, you will hear people say, sikuona hii story niliongea dakika mingi. There is what we call media literacy. Many people do not understand how the media operates. We think the media is just a conveyor belt. At wewe tu mesema lazima tu report. Apana. We have to go for news. When dog bites man, it's no news. But ndugu kiamua umeumbwa, it's a lead story. So if you understand the dynamics of how the media operates, just like any other profession, you'll not complain. He summed it up when he talked of a press conference. I mean a press release. Modern press releases, if it goes beyond one page, unabo. Let me tell you, yes, the first 5 paragraphs, we must get your message. Ama? Yes, the first 5, if we don't get it, for example, at the BBC, you are the editor of East Africa. You are managing nearly 13 countries. Your story must compete. 2, there is this thing called Kiswahili changu ni kibaya. I don't know if you've heard of that. You are invited in a Swahili program. You want to turn it into an English program. I mean, next time we shall not invite you. I'm a VIP editors. Thank you.
Wanyama amesema when man bites dog, but it doesn't mean when you bite hot dog, that's not news. Yeah? Must be a serious dog. On the issue of assignments, on the flip side, Marsh mentioned that at times he would not send a reporter requested by the source. But on the flip side, you have no choice. Why? More so in covering politics. Our political scene is ethnicized. And you'll find that if you are setting up a political desk, you must have writers who can speak that language. Why? You'll send somebody from Western, and let's say there was a meeting of MPs from Central, and they were having a talk about how they want to approach the future. Or you'll send somebody from Central to cover a parliamentary group meeting of MPs from, let's say, Nyanza. I can for certain tell you, and I've covered the political field, your source there will be more comfortable when you speak that language. So you'll find that at times you have no choice but to assign people to specific dockets just to make you get the story. There are some areas where coverage does not matter. If you're covering health, nobody cares.
Mtachanganyia nasaidia pia wageni waelewe mambo kidogo kidogo. Vile Shimoli alisema na Wanyama, wakati mwingine ni kama tunaandika insha au composition. how do they need to know that pyramid mode of writing? You start from the strongest point to the least. So hapo mjaribu, kwa sababu wakati mwingine unafika katikati haujui story iko wapi na wenyewe wanataka nini. Sawa, sasa wewe huwezi anza pia kuwafikiria alafu hiyo story inakufa. Ni hivyo tu. Then about the choice of reporters to cover different political parties, sometimes you just look how vile wako karibu na wale wadau ambao wanahusika na lugha ambazo wanazungumza. Kwa mfano kama unashughulikia taarifa za ODM na ni za Nyanza, unatafuta majina kama Ageyo nini, Odor na kadhalika. Kama ni huko kwetu Wafula, Wambilianga wanafanya hizo story ili tusikose story pia. Sio kwamba ni ukabila, lakini tunawaelewa vizuri watu wetu. Asante.
Roslyn Obala is a veteran political reporter and currently editor. Maybe you could just tell us, is it true that about this assigning people to cover different political formations, do you have to kind of choose somebody who can win the trust of your source? Kindly, Roslyn.
I think after this we'll have to kuongea nyuma ya tent. Yeah, I think I agree with your notion that indeed when you're assigning some of detailed political stories, you need to get a reporter that has a source base that is trust and can actually get those stories that you cannot get, because we always say political stories is mostly about rumors, what you get, and build on what you get. So because of that, you have to actually have the trust of the source who is giving you the story, and not just one source. Because sometimes, again, with politics, when somebody gives you a tip, it's always out to achieve something. So for you to be able to actually verify that information that you're given, you get a reporter that has multiple sources, not just one source, but various sources to actually get to know that the story they are working on can stand the test of time. Because most of the time, politics is always what you put, the propaganda that you sell across. So with that, you really need a political reporter who understands if it's issues of governance, if it's issues of legislation, if it's issues of what is happening on the day, and they are able to actually predict and see what can actually come out of it. Some of the political stories are actually stories to set agenda. So when you're setting that agenda, is it agenda to what extent? Is it to achieve a policy change? Is it to take action? Is it to initiate a conversation? So that really requires reporters who actually understand the subject matter, to give them a background, because most of the time you'll find we have the story, but what is the background for that story? Thank you, ma'am.
I have a burning issue. We have been extremely patient, and patience runs out at some point. Is it fair to be treated like this? No, really. Is it fair? Can we make a decision?
What Macharia is raising is very pertinent. We had a program and we were to go with our program. So just give me 1 minute. Let me find out what is happening, because the DP is within the building. The weather is not weathering. Huh? We want to go and see the animals. You know, the animals will not wait for us. Yeah, when it reaches their dinner time, they will go. Yes. So we need to decide. That's what Mash is saying. Do we go and do the official opening at the park, or do we wait here? Very soon I'll come and take a vote. And if the ayes have it, we will go to the park. Meanwhile, as I check out what's happening, we want to find out the bakery. Our training institutions are the oven. That's a bakery for what we are getting into the market, isn't it? And among KEG members, we have academia here. Please tell us, because at times, what we see is not what we get. As people, as the end users, we have two extremes. We have people who come out and are extremely good. Then there are people who come out and you wonder whether they were supposed to go into priesthood or journalism. So this is open to academia. What are the standards of admission? Training curriculum. Is it in tandem with the change in technology? Any of you can take this. Thank you.
I have a number of academians here, but I'll respond and then just open the floor. And I think this is not the first time that we are hearing these issues raised about, I think, this term that media houses or editors have used over time. We are producing half-baked graduates to go to the market. And I think a couple of us here who ended up in academia and were in journalism really understand what that term means. Up to today, I still talk about my experience as being trained at the Kenya Institute of Mass Communication that made me the journalist that I were and now the academic that I am. However, to answer that question, yes, there is an important need, and I'm saying need because it is in progress in terms of curriculum development. So there is an important need to ensure that our curriculums align with the market needs. So right now, as I speak at Daystar University School of Communication, we are reviewing curriculums. We are writing new curriculums that are aligning to the changing digital market, to the changing needs or challenges that are presented by AI and technology, and also just for special topics. Climate change, big on that. Sports journalism is also changing. Health journalism or health communication has become part and parcel of those special topics that we need to see in our curriculums. However, if you are a farmer and you're planting and you get your harvest, sometimes the harvest does not come out the same, or it's not synonymous. In other words, yes, we have those students that come to the field and they still struggle in terms of application, what they have learned. But we also appreciate that there are students that are really promising. What we do is we try again to tap that potential at the training institutes, hubs. So we have a radio station, we have a newspaper, and we try to make sure that the students also use these platforms to hone up their skills. However, I want also just to invite my colleagues to give their perspectives in terms of where are we going, in terms of aligning what you're trading and what is on the market. I don't want to call names, but I could. Dr. Mbogo.
Good afternoon. My name is Beatrice Mbogo. I work at Daystar, and I probably don't want to answer that question on the same line. For me, I look at students from a sociological perspective. There's been a change in generations, and some of the younger people have quick access to information online. So you teach them in class, and they tell you, oh, this I can still find on Google. So you're not the only source of their information, yeah? And perhaps that puts doubts in them, And they want to refer more to what is available on social media. So I feel like the teacher is no longer an authority. And the other thing I've noticed, I go around to workplaces supervising their internship. And when I show up, I'm told, it seems like your student didn't know much. We had to train her from the start. And what I've noticed they do is when they show up in the workplace, they say, I don't know anything. So you have to start afresh. Yet we have trained them. And that's the difference between us and them. I'm sorry if there's any Gen Z people here, but that's your approach, isn't it? You feel like you don't know anything yet, so you want to be trained again. And each media house operates differently. So there's a gap there because there's so much software being used, different systems, everything is different. So, and I don't know how we can fit that into curricula because there's no standardization across the country, across Africa. So when they show up in your media house, they'll tell you, I know not much, teach me fast. So I don't know whether it's a curriculum issue. So thank you, that's my view.
After 5 o'clock, I don't always commit my time to government, so I do teach. Yeah, after 5 you're supposed to do things that you're passionate about. So when my boss says my handicap has gone low, it's because I'm using my time after 5. But I do teach part-time at the School of Tourism and Hospitality at Strathmore, when they can give me a class after 5. I teach specifically a unit that is titled PR and Media in Tourism and Hospitality. One of the things that has given me an edge over probably the 8 to 5 lecturer is because students are interested in people who are already doing something that they want to do. So the kind of examples I churn, I mean, sometimes I write on LinkedIn and I know they're all there, they're looking. So that interface between the actual workplace and the content when you're in front of the class has really become my pillar. But sometimes, of course, it works against me because then I have to burn much more midnight oil than the regular lecturer because I have to find time for the library, which happens to be any time between 10 p.m. and 3 a.m. But yes, that interface, they are looking for that particular, somebody who has walked that journey, and they want to be encouraged about where we started. But I tell them there are many more opportunities. They should not be chancing the way I was chancing. I taught for a few years, then I go and do something else for a few years, then I realize, oh, PR is a place I want to stay. So they can get it right from the word go if you keep encouraging them by giving them actual examples. And I think the relationship I have with Strathmore is such that I can pop in any time, even when I don't have a class. If we have something, a big issue around tourism that is pegged to PR and media, I want to give a quick guest lecture as part of my giving back so that I appraise them with the current trends. And that's what we must do as facilitators of these young students. We must keep them appraised with the reality of the workplace, so that then they don't come to us as interns. I have one of my excellent interns here. Tracy, where are you? Tracy is a work in progress and she's exciting to have. I will not name her campus because a lot of us have attitudes. It's like, if you didn't go to Alliance, you didn't go to school. Really, no. Some of us come from the village alliances. So we tend sometimes to judge students even by where they've come from. So you get a fantastic student from a university that even you yourself was looking at differently. And then you get another character from the group of schools, and group of schools as in the universities, and you don't even know what to do with them. Because one time I took a survey and I said, how many of you are here because you want to be here? I kid you not, 60% of the class was because their parents wanted them to be there. So those are also the students we are dealing with. And that's a reality. So it's a careful balance. I'm not sure it's something I want to do in retirement, but I think there's something good about shaping the younger students, especially when you know the reality.
Hello. My name is Bosibori. I work for the Kenya News Agency. That is where all the interns start. And I guess most universities prefer us because we are government. We treat these students with a humane face. I did my internship at Nation, and it was trauma. You get it? So I think we need to have a human face when we are training these students. I have my students here. Where are you? She's not here. She works for the Standard newspaper. So it's good to also have some, so please be kind to these students. There's a way you treat them. Even me, I couldn't manage if I was trained by somebody who is always shouting at me, belittling me. So also the newsrooms, can you change your attitude? Ageyo, train your people to be humane.
Asanteni sana. We will not single out people. We will talk generally about the industry. Communication from the chair. The DP is airborne. No, let me finish. We invited the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya to come and grace our occasion. Unfortunately, today, there were quite a number of engagements. And at times, as the DP, you cannot dictate to the president that you have a function so that the president finishes or rushes their function and you go to the next function. So it factors beyond. The president was leaving for Arusha and the DP had to be there. That's number one. Number two, the CS ICT had a prior engagement. That is a graduation at Multimedia University. They have to come with the DP because this sector falls under ICT. So kindly bear with us. I know we've stretched our patience. We are in consultation with KWS. The tour of the park shall not be lost. That one definitely, we will go to the park. And they're making arrangements that if the weather is unfavorable this evening and we can't make it to the park, we will do an early game drive, very early, so that we wake up, do a game drive, and come back for breakfast. So we are liaising with KWS, and they are fully appraised of this. As much as we are disappointed by the time management, we just have to bear. And kindly, I ask you that stay behind. Let's welcome the DP, and let's finish this function and occasion honorably. Asanteni. Macharia Gaivo, with all due respect, I'm not the pilot, but I'm told he's airborne. Not more than 20 minutes, and the landing area is just here, this school outside here. He's not going to land very far, that it will take him another 1 hour to be here. So once he lands at this girls' school, Lenana? Nakuru Girls, it's just across the road. The DP will be here. But of course, quietly also, chini ya maji, we've told our leaders just to mention this. Saile wanakaa huko. Manake atakutana na president wetu, na president atampitishia ujumbe wetu, si ndio? Yes. So kwa heshima yenu, tafadhali tungoje tu tukamilishe hii sherehe. Tumeanza vizuri jana, tumeendelea vizuri leo, tusiharibu. Na waomba tafadhali. Yes. Kungekuwa na movie hapa, any karate film, 10 minutes atakuwa hapa. So if you want to go to the washrooms, use this opportunity. Hata chopa ndio ile na
ladies and gentlemen.
Kindly, let's take our seats. The program now is moving to another level. Hand it over to another level. Kindly settle down. Kindly.
Check. Kindly, ladies and gentlemen, we're requested to settle down with all humility. Those of us who are still outside, our chief guest will be here any minute from now, so we are kindly requested to have our positions and settle. Majaribio ya mitambo moja mbili. Kwa heshima kubwa sana tunaombwa Tolin any minute from now.
Mzao Musau, karibu, please take your seat.
Thank you so much.
Martin Mutua, kindly take your seat.
That's okay.
Sikiliza
full,
if you are
under the
sitting at
United
the
Nations
edge
Climate
and
Convention,
there's an empty seat
we
next,
have
please
committed
move so
to
that
restore and conserve
whoever comes can see that there's a seat there. Because at the moment it's like people are trying to look around if there's a seat, but there are some seats in the middle, maybe where you're seated, where it's empty. So just move, leave the seat at the aisle, and so that whoever comes can occupy that seat. Let's create space. Tafadhali.
We invest in the very essence of our nation. For over a century, we have safeguarded Kenya's rich biodiversity. We have set aside national parks, national reserves, 53 sanctuaries, and 160 conservancies. Through meticulous research and dedication, the Kenya Wildlife Service ensures the survival of our precious wildlife. The Tembo Naming Festival offers an opportunity to raise funds and support conservation efforts, securing a future for elephants. It's about expanding their habitats, securing connectivity in critical habitats, empowering communities, and fostering harmony.
Because of community contributing into conservation, we have seen minimal human-wildlife conflict.
Wakati tulipokuwa hatuna maji, tulikuwa tunaenda mbali sana kuleta maji. Tulipopata hii maji saa hii, sasa tumepata nafasi ya kupumzika, tumepata nafasi ya
of tourism products, supporting women and youth to benefit from tourism through the Ushanga project. Marine life is just as important as life on land. Turtle conservation in Watamu and Diani, along with the preservation of the Kisite Mpunguti Marine Park, ensures the well-being of this life. Through the ban on single-use plastics, the implementation of plastic-free parks, and bins in tour vans and cars, Kenya leads the way, ensuring responsible practice by tour operators. Our conservation areas remain clean. This work on this magnificent lands isn't just for Kenya, it's for all of humanity. Eco Warrior Awards, Eco Rating Schemes, and Travel Life Certification have sparked a green revolution. Kenya now boasts of over 40 gold eco-rated accommodation facilities. Ecotourism is thriving. With every breath, every man, and every action, Kenya continues to save the future through conservation and sustainable tourism. We are living in the future.
You have entered protect.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. Let's all be upstanding. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. Welcome, Your Excellency. Your Excellency, with your permission, we will start off this ceremony with the national anthem and that of the East African anthem, guided by our studios. Studios, please.
Eternal and ever-living Father, we are here in your presence, thanking you with heartfelt gratitude for your faithfulness unto us. This is a ceremony we have waited for since morning, a ceremony to lift off our annual convention as members of the Kenya Editors Guild, their partners, their sponsors, and members without whom this ceremony would not have been here. We want to thank you for our Deputy President, the Honorable Professor Kithure Kindiki, who, in spite of the challenges of his office, has made it to join us even at this late hour. We want to thank you, Lord, that there was so much patience, knowing that definitely our Deputy President will have some words of wisdom to impart upon us as we officially open our annual convention. Lord, the media landscape that we have to cope with, because we either swim or sink. We believe that we are going to swim because in the media we never say die. Dear Lord, I want to conclude this prayer because you knew everything that we are praying for as the media fraternity. And we want to thank you once again that you are among us and that you will send your Holy Spirit upon us to guide the Deputy President as he talks to us and to our members as they conclude the program. We ask this trusting and believing in the name of Jesus Christ our Lord.
Amen. Thank you. We may have our seats. The Chief Guest, Your Excellency, the Deputy President of our beloved nation, Honorable Professor Kithure Kindiki, the Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Information, Technology and the Digital Economy, Honorable Dr. Margaret Ndungu, Your Excellency, the Deputy President of Nakuru City County, Honorable David Kones, all senior government officials present, the President of Kenya Editors Guild, Madam Zubeida Kananu, the President of the Africa Editors Forum, Mr. Churchill Otieno, the CEO Media Council of Kenya, Mr. David Omoyo, the representative of the Chinese Ambassador, Mr. Liu Zenyu, the past President of the Kenya Editors Guild, distinguished partners, the Kenya media sector, members of press present, Your Excellency, allow me to observe all protocols. Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellency, welcome to this 7th Annual Editors Guild Conference, deemed Innovative Storytelling for Public Good, Building Trust and Driving Change in the Digital Age. To unpack this and to start us off, Your Excellency, allow me to kindly invite Madam Rosalia Omungo, which will make her remarks, and of course thereafter hand over the program to the President of KEG. Let's appreciate her as she's making her way. Karibu, Madam.
The Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, His Excellency Professor Kithure Kindiki, the Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Information, Communications, Technology and the Digital Economy, Dr. Margaret Ndungu, the Principal Secretary, I'll skip that, the President of Kenya Editors Guild, Zubeida Kananu, the representative of the Chinese Ambassador to Kenya, Liu Zenyu, the Chief Executive Officer of Media Council, David Omoyo, the representative of the Director General of Communication Authority, Leo Boruet, the Vice President of Kenya Editors Guild, Ruth Nesoba, members of the Executive Council, members of the Kenya Editors Guild, members of staff, the President of the African Editors Forum, Churchill Otieno, the Senior Project Manager, Friedrich Naumann Foundation, Judy Kaberia, the Deputy Governor, Nakuru County, the past presidents, the Secretary General of the Kenya Union of Journalists, Eric Odor, the chairpersons of the associations of the Kenya Media Sector Working Group, distinguished partners, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. And welcome to the 7th Annual Editors Convention. I will give a short introduction about the work of Kenya Editors Guild and milestones achieved so far. Kenya Editors Guild is the foremost professional association for editors in Kenya and exists to promote professionalism and excellence in journalism. The membership currently stands at 300, who include senior editors in television, print, academia, radio, and digital media. Kenya Editors Guild executes its work through a secretariat headed by myself and 5 staff who do the day-to-day running to ensure that programs are delivered to members, to our beneficiaries, the journalists, and the general public. Our work cuts across key thematic areas, including membership development, which allows KEG to develop its members. The KEG Annual Convention is part of this membership development, which offers opportunity for networking, giving back, introspection, and interrogation of industry issues by editors. In contributing to the development of the industry, we undertake training of the next generation of editors through the mentorship and media clinics. This is done in collaboration with the journalism schools. As editors, we engage with community members through town hall meetings, an initiative aimed at taking the media to the people. These meetings have helped to demystify the work of editors and have also allowed members of society who do not ordinarily make it to the editorial agenda to be heard. While our work as Media Association cuts across Kenya, we have established collaborations with other media associations in Kenya and in the region. Kenya Editors Guild is a co-convener of the Kenya Media Sector Working Group, a coalition of media actors bringing together journalists and other civil society organizations. The Kenya Media Sector Working Group convenes to deliberate on the operating environment of Kenya, of the media, guided by Articles 33, 34, 35, 36, and 37 of the Constitution of Kenya, speaking to freedoms of expression, media, access to information, and assembly, respectively. Your Excellency, the Guild is also part of the Eastern Africa Editor Society. Through the policy, research, and advocacy component, we have courageously addressed issues where duty called as we responded to emerging threats to journalism and the safety of our members in the line of duty. We have embraced the power of connection and are happy to welcome on board new collaborations and partners this year. Here now is a documentary of some of the issues that emerged in the year 2024 and how KEG continues to respond. Welcome to the Annual Editors Convention. I thank you.
Of the year. Welcome to our colleagues, it's that time of the year. Welcome to our 7th annual convention. Welcome to Nakuru County, the home of Lake Nakuru National Park, Menengai Crater, and for the bird lovers, this is the host of thousands of flamingos. And guess what? We have a lot lined up for you. The game drive, sundowner, dinner at the park, tree planting. Oh, tell me you're ready. Karibu sana. We are excited to see you all. I know most of you have not seen each other since the last convention. Karibuni sana. Let's network, let's unwind, let's engage and learn from each other. Karibu sana to our convention.
Media disruption is a situation where media has realized that they are not the only people in town.
The biggest disruption right now is technology. So if you are not aligned with technology, then you are in for a greater shock.
That is the natural order of things. You might call it evolution.
It's now a common phrase, as you said, in media forums. You either adapt or die.
Kenya's media is one of the most diverse in Africa and continues to undergo significant transformation. Since the liberalization of the country's politics and economy in the early 1990s, the media has played a crucial role in improving governance and shaping public opinion. However, the media, which is predominantly privately owned, is facing serious disruptions which threaten its long-term sustainability. Challenges include a tightening political environment, deepening economic hardships, and fast-changing technological advancements. The Kenya Editors Guild has been calling for timely support for the media to enable it cope with these challenges.
We'll keep pushing for press freedom. You know, that's one of our key mandates as Kenya Editors Guild. And we call for the support from all our stakeholders to ensure that we, in this democratic country, you know, and space, that we are able to enjoy the rights guaranteed to us under the Constitution.
For 2 months, beginning June 2024, the government faced unprecedented youth-led demonstrations.
We had witnessed several cases of journalists being arrested. Those, many of them were injured as well during the Gen Z-led protests.
I was in the broadcast gallery when we had to stop to take another camera angle because there were live bullets and people are falling down. Protesters are falling down on camera. And you know that will be against our own regulations to show such a gory scene. Physical threats to journalists. We've seen them being beaten during the Gen Z protests to the extent that a journalist, a female journalist, was actually shot point blank on her legs by policemen who could clearly see that she's a journalist.
I had suffered a cut on my arm from the handcuffs. I had been slapped around, I had been punched around the ribs. I had a few bruises.
Veteran newspaper journalist and Kenya Editors Guild member Macharia Gaitho endured a harrowing abduction ordeal that unfolded in broad daylight.
Some two fellows came out from a car which was behind us, came and yanked open my door and tried to pull me out. And that is when I realized they had handcuffs, they were trying to handcuff me. That is when I realized they were policemen and they were trying to take me wherever they want to take me. They said it was mistaken identity, but I have never bought that. It could not be mistaken identity, because I think anybody who is anybody in security circles in Kenya knows me. They have my number, and that is what they were using to track me.
Media associations condemned these attacks and rallied their voices, calling on the government to respect and uphold press freedom. The Kenya Media Sector Working Group decried police brutality and called for the enhanced safety, security and respect of journalists.
Kila mwanahabari ana haki ya kuangazia habari na kufahamisha mwananchi kile ambacho kinaendelea bila ubaguzi wowote.
Why are you blocking media from accessing the press gallery? That is unacceptable.
We were very loud and very clear on attacks on journalists. We did issue strong statements condemning attacks on journalists. Immediately we did the protest. We were able to do a meeting with the security officers, that is police, the senior police officers, just to find a way how well can journalists work in an environment that they are feeling safe during such events.
That was aimed directly at me.
Following the responsibility journalists have and the risks associated with the job, the welfare of journalists should be paramount and taken care of by media houses and government.
Welfare of journalists actually is at the core of our mandate, and we've been trying to engage media houses to see how they can address the pay problems in the media.
Government advertising spend should not be used for blackmail or to apply pressure on the media. Those are public funds, and like all other public funds, must be used in the most prudent and most cost-effective ways.
In pursuit of a solution, Kenya Editors Guild has reached out to Parliament to legislate the formation of a sustainability fund to support and strengthen the media.
So the Kenya Media Sector Working Group has been looking at a strategy to bring on board the Kenya Journalism Fund or the Journalism Trust Fund. So that fund is supposed to cushion media during times of difficulties, during times of disruption. So how we envision it is that this will be a pot where foundations, where people who support independent journalism can be used to help media that is struggling. The money can also be used to help
The main reason why the media is facing challenges in revenue generation is because of technological disruption. The media landscape has expanded and the emergence of digital media is eating into the revenue streams of traditional media.
We removed the barriers of access, so that we allowed many people to get into the media space as producers, as critical actors. We have not found a way around increasing the funding to the media work, because good journalism costs money and someone must be able to pay for it.
The traditional form of advertising is ceding ground to very new ways of advertising. The digital space is coming big as a disruptor. But I don't like looking at it that way. I look at it more like as an enabler, because the digital space has also allowed traditional media to expand its space. So I see digital as an opportunity, much as
and the verified media houses. So on one side we have the opportunities of it's cheaper, it's faster, better quality, a wider reach, and then now we have the competition from fakes and then too many people crowding of the market, and I think sometimes even confusing the consumer, because you have too much information. That ability to filter quality and all that is also a challenge on the consumer side.
Despite challenging traditional media in news gathering, digital media has also created opportunities for provision of tailor-made content with multiple distribution channels.
We disrupted the media industry. No one had heard of digital, like a purely digital platform entity that doesn't have anything traditional. So for Kenyans, if you've not seen anything on TV, if you've not read it on newspaper, if you've not heard it on radio, then it's not true. It's enabled us to stay on top because we tap into all these innovative strategies, how we gather our news, how we consume. We have very few, what I'll put it as, boots out there who are going to look for news and source. We're doing it digitally. We've reduced the amount of money that we use as a newsroom, so the newsroom is very efficient. We have a huge team that works from home and it's managed remotely, so we don't spend a lot of money on, let's say, human resource or the kind of technology that we use. So that has enabled us to reduce the cost.
As media undergoes a digital revolution, professional journalists have a responsibility to champion the truth and navigate the digital landscape responsibly to maintain the trust of their audience.
It cuts across. If you're a journalist, you have to follow ethics. So it's not about whether in a traditional media or whether in a digital media house. You have to follow journalistic rules, how you source for information, how you package this information, what information exactly is it you're sharing out there.
The ethical principles of journalism and media work are the same. It's just that getting the people to follow the same ethics across all platforms, so that you do not have a journalist being ethical on a television and unethical on a YouTube channel and all that.
Traditional media must strongly embrace innovation to maintain competitiveness in news gathering and dissemination, capture younger audiences, and equip journalists with the necessary skills to boost its reporting on emerging realities like climate change.
If a journalist wants to report about how carbon dioxide is being emitted into the atmosphere and ends up doing a search through an AI platform, now it's upon the journalist to be able to do a search beyond the AI to be able to verify the information and get data that is specific for the area geographically that the journalist wants.
Climate change affects diverse sectors of the economy, and journalists need a deeper understanding of the subject to be able to offer in-depth reporting.
We need the journalists, the editors, and the entire media fraternity to be aware of the key issues that lead to climate change, and then when they are reporting, what are the standard procedures which are supposed to be used when, for example, the climate change issues are being handled by the different countries and different sectors to be able to reduce the impact on the population. So, in essence, it is technical, it needs knowledge, and therefore we are trying to build the capacity of the editors and the reporters to be able to handle it in a way that the scientists and scientific community of climate change ends up also understanding it.
The Kenya Editors Guild has come up with a climate change manual, an idea conceived during the Africa Climate Week in Nairobi in 2023 to look into the science of climate change. This was done to help journalists better understand the science of climate change and improve their dissemination of information on the same to the masses through their everyday reporting.
The manual looks at the science of climate change because it's important for journalists to understand the science of climate change in order to report it better to the masses. Basically, all sectors affected by climate change are covered, and also the science behind key processes. So that was one of the achievements that Kenya Editors Guild did for this year, and we hope that going forward the manual can be even more simplified into some sort of a handbook. The end goal for this is to have it incorporated within the development programs in the journalism schools.
Climate change is one of the key topics lined up at this year's convention as editors and media professionals aim for more constructive, solution-oriented reporting on climate change.
Why are we doing this? Is because as journalists we would like to help our editors and also reporters and practitioners in the industry to be able to tell climate change in a way that is relatable to the audience that is listening to us. We will also have an opportunity to listen to the minister from Information and Communication Ministry as a host ministry for media or for the state. Would like to hear about some of the concerns that we have raised, the current media laws or proposals that are there that may look at eating away some of the freedoms that we have as the industry.
It's a cocktail of different things that we'll be doing, but mostly just unwinding and networking and engaging each other. Sometimes we are so busy, it's a long year, we've faced many challenges, so this is the opportunity that we get to just sit back and relax and enjoy. it's not all doom and gloom. We are not going to relent. Together, we shall conquer. I now declare our convention officially open. Good afternoon. How are you? Great to see you. It feels so weird to see myself there and then I come and stand here. The Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, Professor Kithure Kindiki. Now you have a feel of what we go through as media, the challenges and the role we are playing in solution journalism. Thank you so much for being here this afternoon. Thank you for your time. The Cabinet Secretary, Ministry of Information, Communications, Technology and the Digital Economy, Dr. Margaret Ndung'u. Umeona hiyo maneno? The Principal Secretary, who was supposed to be here this afternoon, the Deputy Governor, Nakuru County, Honorable David Kones. Thank you so much for being here, DG, representing Susan Kihika, the Governor of Nakuru County. The representative of Zhong Jingpiang, High Commissioner of the People's Republic of China, Liu Zhenyu. Thank you so much for being here this afternoon. We also have the representative of Neil Wigan, British High Commissioner, Madam Georgina Woodhouse-Hills, who is here with Jacques Delacroix. Did I pronounce it well? Thank you so much for being here this afternoon. The Chief Executive Officer of Media Council of Kenya, David Omoyo, the representative of the Vice President, of Kenya Editors Guild, Ruth Nesoba, and members of the Executive Council of Kenya Editors Guild. Where are you? EC, please stand. Let's see you. Thank you so much for making this convention a success. Thank you so much. The President of Africa Editors Forum, Churchill Otieno. Oh yes, Oga. And then we have Secretary General of Kenya Union of Journalists, Eric Odwor. Oh, also on that side. Thank you so much. Senior Project Manager, Frederick Norman Foundation, Judy Kaberia. Thank you so much for being here this afternoon. Lydia Gashungi, Regional Advisor, Freedom of Expression and Safety of Journalists, UNESCO. Lydia, thank you so much for being here. Esteemed partners, distinguished members of Kenya Editors Guild and the Secretariat, ladies and gentlemen, and the media, thank you so much for covering us. You know, we are told media, journalism is a very lonely profession. Nobody tells our story. It had to take our initiative to tell our own story. So before I read my speech, kindly allow me to invite Churchill Otieno, the President of the Africa Editors Forum, to just say a word because of time. Churchill, please.
Thank you, Madam President. Your Excellency, Professor Kithure Kindiki, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, Dr. Margaret Ndung'u, CS Information, Communication and Digital Economy, the Deputy Governor, Nakuru County, and our host, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, colleagues led by my brother David Omoyo from the Media Council of Kenya. I know there's also some significant editors in the room. Allow me to pinpoint a few of them. Joe Ageo is hiding somewhere at the back of the room, and help me congratulate him on joining the World Editors Forum Board. And we have veteran editor Macharia Gaido also hiding somewhere in the room. A well-known noisemaker and disruptor. And we do also have a veteran editor in the name of Eric Obino, whom we lost to politics, but he's still one of us. I bring greetings from Africa and a message from media stakeholders in Africa. And the African media fraternity is looking up to Kenya as they chase just one vision, which is how might Africa tell its own story. A number of policy proposals are coming from the Africa Editors Forum, and I'd like to leave you with only 3 of them. The first one is the whole question of how might we pay for journalism. And one idea that has come up that I think we must give significant attention as Kenya is the idea of journalism funds as a way of replacing the revenues that we are losing to shrinking advertising. And the proposal is that there are a number of ways in which we can create a basket that ensures that our society benefits from critical public interest journalism. And one of them is in making sure that a portion of monies that we recover from corruption is invested in investigative journalism. Just 2 months ago, the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission did hand over to President Ruto a check of 5.5 billion Kenya shillings recovered from graft. If a portion of that money was invested in our journalism, a few more of our newsrooms would be able to deliver more accurately for our people. The second critical policy recommendation is in the whole question of capital flight through advertising in the big tech space, be it social media, be it AI technologies. And the question is, as these big tech companies take advantage of journalistic product and journalistic content to make revenues, how do we make sure that our laws gives them a chance to also contribute in sustaining our journalism? So the whole question of fair pricing and the whole question of competition laws to make sure that those who benefit from journalism also participate in making sure that they pay for that journalism is important. The last one is on the question of safety, a big issue in Africa. As we speak, the journalists in jail in many African countries, the journalists who paid that limit price in many African countries. Kenya is being looked at as an example where such things don't happen. And we hope that in partnership with the government, we can get commitments to make sure this happens. I thank you, and I celebrate the Kenya Editors Guild on the 7th convention.
Thank you very much, Churchill. And maybe something he forgot to mention is that in 2026, we are hoping to bid for Kenya to host the 6th Africa Media Convention. And guess what? The Deputy President and the CS have committed to support us in making that possible. Asante Sana, we deeply appreciate. Now allow me to invite the CEO of our regulator, MCK. Please say a word, just a word, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President, Your Excellency, Professor Kithure Kindiki, our Deputy President, Dr. Margaret Nyambura, our CS, the Deputy Governor, the President here, and other leadership, senior leaders. Hamjambo. It's a pleasure to be here, Your Excellency. You will be surprised that this is a strange convention. Long before you came, we were complete, even with our own president. And when you arrived, the protocol is upside down that we have a deputy president who is senior than a president. Your Excellency, allow me to only stress one point on journalist safety and how we Kenyans relate to each other when we have serious conflicts. Many times when we have national issues, the Kenyans working in the media houses and the Kenyans working in government cannot agree. They fight on the streets. Sometimes they wake up from the same bed. One Kenyan goes to a police station to do his work. Another Kenyan goes to a media house to do his work. And they fight on the streets all day, and they go home the same day. I hope that as a country that has matured democratically, we can find a way to engage and disagree in principle without fighting each other. Your Excellency, I know you were in the Interior Ministry We have our CS here and all the editors here. I hope that you will guide us. We have a proposal or two on your desk already about regular interactions between the media and government, respecting each other's space, but really agreeing that even when we disagree, there is a more decent way to do. That way then we stop being in the global media for all the wrong reasons, while the rest of Africa and the whole world is looking up to us. Thank you very much, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you very much, Omoyo. And to deliver the speech of the High Commissioner of the People's Republic of China, please allow me to invite Liu Zhenyu.
Your Excellency, Professor Kithure Kindiki, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, Honorable CS of ICT and Digital Economy, Dr. Margaret Ndungu, President of the Kenya Editors Guild, Ms. Zubeda Kananu, Mr. David Omoyo, CEO of Mexique, and also Mr. Churchill Otieno, the President of the African Editors Forum, members of the Kenya Editors Guild, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is a great honor to attend the 7th Annual Convention of the Kenya Editors Guild and speak with the voices shaping the Kenya's media landscape. On behalf of the Chinese Embassy and also His Excellency Ambassador Dr. Zhou Pingjian, I would like to extend our warmest congratulations on the successful holding of this event and also the deep respect to the hardworking editors for your dedication to the media profession. Ambassador also asked me to convey his message of regret for not being able to join everyone today due to other obligations. Media is a cornerstone of modern society and also a force that shapes perceptions and narratives. The Kenya Editors Guild, as the key institution in the media sector, has made significant contributions to upholding the professional ethics and building understanding across borders. Your efforts not only provide the Kenyan people with objective, fair, and diverse information, but also create an essential platform for Africa to engage with the world. China and Kenya enjoy a long-standing friendship, rooted in mutual respect and shared aspirations. In recent years, our cooperation across various fields have deepened, yielding fruitful results, from infrastructure development to agricultural progress, from educational and cultural exchanges to technological innovation. The achievements of China-Kenya collaboration are evident and have benefited many Kenyan people and Chinese people. This success owes much to the efforts of the media professionals. Through your reports, the spirit of China-Kenya collaboration and broader China-Africa friendship come alive, fostering greater understanding and appreciation among our people. In this era of rapid digital transformation, the role of media is more important than ever. Digital transformation has revolutionized how we consume and share information, but it has also brought the risks of misinformation and disinformation. This places greater responsibility on media professionals to uphold the principles of truth, objectivity, and integrity. We believe that the Kenya Editors Guild will continue to lead by example, ensuring that Kenyan journalism remains a beacon of credibility and innovation. The Chinese Embassy in Kenya is willing to deepen exchanges and cooperation with Kenyan media professionals, strengthening mutual learning between the Chinese and African media. We will continue to offer opportunities in training and exchanges for Kenyan editors and reporters and explore new avenues for collaboration in the digital age. In closing, I sincerely wish the Kenya Editors Guild's continued growth and success as a pillar of Kenya and Africa's media industry. I also hope that all media professionals present here will use your wisdom and talents to bring more insightful and impactful reporting on China and China-Kenya relations in the future. Let's continue to strengthen the bridge of understanding, tell stories of hope and achievement, and inspire future generations with the possibilities of what we can achieve together. I wish you all good health and great success in your work. Asanteni sana.
Thank you very much. And now, Honorable Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, Madam CS, DG, ladies and gentlemen, It is my distinct honor to welcome you to the 7th Annual Editors Convention, a gathering that brings together the top leadership in the media industry to reflect, strategize, and recommit to the noble mission of journalism. Today, we are privileged to have Honorable Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya with us. Your presence, sir, underscores the shared role of the government and the media in meeting the goals of societal development, safeguarding of democracy, and serving the public good. As we convene here, the state of media in Kenya reflects a complex mix of progress, challenges, and opportunities. The Kenyan media continues to stand firm as a pillar of democracy, celebrated for its resilience and vibrancy. Our journalists uncover stories that matter, giving a voice to the voiceless and holding power to account. Innovations in digital platforms have expanded our reach, enabling us to connect with diverse audiences locally and globally. This adaptability reaffirms our place as a dynamic force in the modern information landscape. Yet, we cannot ignore the storm clouds that are hovering over our industry today. Journalists in Kenya have constantly faced serious threats, both online and offline. The year 2024 saw increased harassment, trolling, and cyberbullying targeting media professionals, with female journalists bearing the biggest brunt of this abuse. The Gen Z protest earlier this year served as a stark reminder of the risks journalists take to serve the public. Many of our colleagues were shot, injured, harassed, and humiliated by the police. One of them was Catherine Wanjeri Kariuki, who was shot 3 times in point-blank range for the apparent crime of simply being on the streets to cover a legitimate news story. Equipment such as cameras and other work tools were also destroyed, as depicted in the documentary you just watched. The documentary served as a powerful reminder of the untold story of suffering endured by journalists, the unsung heroes of democracy. Ironically, the government, which is duty-bound to protect its people, has remained eerily silent. This silence, sir, is deafening. We extend our deepest appreciation to our media partners, CGTN, for collaborating with us in the production of this documentary, as well as their support in training and internship programs. We also thank the Chinese Embassy for facilitating exchange programs and networks that have equipped us with valuable knowledge on emerging technologies. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, economically, our industry continues to grapple with serious financial challenges occasioned by shrinking advertising revenues, evolving consumption habits, unpaid government bills, and restrictive policies on government advertising. These challenges have led to layoffs, loss of talent, and wage delays. Media houses are struggling to stay afloat, leaving those who remain overburdened and underpaid. The irony is that a government emphasizing on job creation has played a role in hundreds of journalists losing their jobs. Pay delays and lack of insurance have left many journalists vulnerable, with some experiencing mental health challenges and even contemplating extreme measures, including attempted suicides. Tragically, stress and depression have claimed the lives of several journalists. At this juncture, please, allow me to invite us all to stand for a moment of silence in honor of colleagues we've lost this year. And you can see they're here. I'll mention them by name. Paul Muhoho, our oldest court reporter who passed on last night here in Nakuru County. Peter Okongo, a veteran journalist and a member of Kenya Editors Guild, who is being laid to rest today, alongside other esteemed members of our community. Mutegi Njau, Washington Akumu, Rita Tinina, Njambi Koikai, Dickens Owesonga, Masi Mawia, Michael Oyer, Fatma Rajab, Shadrach Miti, and Sam Makenda. We honor them and celebrate them for their dedication to journalism, even in the face of personal and professional struggles. While the reasons for their passing vary, their loss is deeply felt across the media fraternity. May their contributions continue to inspire us as we move forward. Amen. Thank you very much. You may take your seats. Honorable Deputy President, ladies and gentlemen, institutional challenges compound these challenges, or shortcomings compound these challenges. For the 4th consecutive year, the Media Council of Kenya has been operating without a board, while budget cuts limit its ability to effectively oversee the industry. Similarly, the Media Complaints Commission has been hamstrung by what we see as state interference. In addition, there is an enduring duplicity of content regulation between the Media Council of Kenya and the Communications Authority, despite the clear constitutional provisions of the roles these institutions should play. These factors and many more have continued to undermine media regulation in the country. Ladies and gentlemen, despite these challenges, we are not without hope. The media holds unparalleled potential to inform, educate, and inspire action on issues that matter most: the economy and cost of living, climate change, youth unemployment, corruption, and bad governance. By embracing technology, investing in fact-checking capabilities, and strengthening capacity-building initiatives, we can restore media credibility and trust and elevate our profession to even greater heights. Today, we will be presenting to you, Honorable Deputy President, the Kenya Editors Guild Manual on Climate Change Reporting, which will soon be incorporated in the training programs of various academic institutions. We convey our gratitude to GIZ for collaborating with us on this initiative. We are also finalizing a handbook on biotechnology in partnership with Africa Agricultural Technology Foundation, AATF. In light of these challenges and opportunities, we wish to make the following call. Honorable Deputy President, the government has a critical role to play in enabling a thriving media environment. We urge your administration to ensure justice and safety for journalists. This includes holding accountable those who have attacked or harassed journalists, whether during the protest, online, or in the normal course of their duties. In this regard, we urge the government to recommit itself to the protection of media workers as they perform their constitutionally mandated duties. 2, withdraw restrictive advertising directives. We urge the government to take steps to reverse the recent directives by the Ministry of ICT on centralized government advertising, which unfairly disadvantages certain media houses. Such a move would foster a level playing field to ensure all media outlets have equitable access to advertising revenue. 3, support media sustainability. We strongly urge the government to implement the recommendations of the ICT and Digital Economy Sector Working Group, including the establishment of a Media Sustainability and Innovation Fund. 4, establish a National Media Center. We call on the government to collaborate with the media industry to create a vibrant training and innovation hub. This will play a key role in increasing the capacity of the industry in general, as well as bridging the current communication gap between the government and the media. 5, provide tax relief. Offer tax holidays or similar financial incentives to media houses that are currently facing financial challenges. This will be a strong affirmation of the government's belief in the role of media in the sustenance of democracy and national development. 6, strengthen regulatory bodies, expedite the appointment of a board of the Media Council of Kenya, and empower the Media Complaints Commission to operate at its full capacity. This includes an end-to-end regulatory overlaps between the Communications Authority and the Media Council of Kenya. In particular, it is worth noting that Communications Authority has regularly dabbled in media content regulation, despite several affirmations by the courts that this mandate vests in MCK. The government should move with speed to resolve this duplicity to avoid any further confusion. Finally, the government should actively fund and strengthen the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation, KBC, to enable it to effectively play its role as a public broadcaster. The government of Kenya should borrow a leaf from what is happening in other developed countries, such as China. As media practitioners, we must also move with speed to address our internal challenges. We must invest in training programs that bridge the gap between academic competence and professional practice, particularly in the context of emerging technologies. 2, strengthen in-house leadership to foster innovation, build trust with audiences, and drive the industry forward. Uphold ethical standards and professionalism to maintain credibility, and stand firm against the external pressures that compromise media freedom, ensuring we serve society without fear or favor. In conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, the theme of this year's convention reminds us of the immense power of storytelling to drive societal transformation. By embracing innovation and upholding the highest standards of professionalism, we as the media can rebuild public trust and reaffirm our role as the watchdog of democracy. The time for action is now. Let us have open, honest, and forward-thinking conversations about the future of our profession. I extend my deepest gratitude to all our partners and supporters, as well as the KEG Council, Secretariat, the Planning Committee, and everyone who took part in organizing this event, and for our distinguished guests for gracing it. Let us remain steadfast in our commitment to truth, courage, and integrity. The Kenyan media story is far from over, and together we can ensure it remains a story of resilience, innovation, and impact for many generations to come. Honorable Deputy President, I hope you brought your safari boots, because I know time still allows, and your binoculars, because we want to go to the park to interact with the animals there. So thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for being here this afternoon and according me your time. Allow me now to invite the Deputy Governor of Nakuru County to welcome us officially to Nakuru County. Tumkaribishe kwa makofi tafadhali.
Thank you very much. Your Excellency, the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, Professor Kithure Kindiki, our CS, Dr. Margaret Nyambura, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to write on the protocols already established. Good afternoon. Good afternoon once more. Yeah, mine is only to welcome you on behalf of Our Excellency, the Governor Nakuru County, to our county of unlimited opportunities. I want to welcome you, Your Excellency. The Governor is not around, and she asked me to come here so that I can welcome you and everybody who is inside this room today. I want you to feel more welcome, and again, before you leave Nakuru County, please, you make sure that you visit various places like Lake Nakuru. If you go there, you will feel like staying there for the whole week. Also make a visit in Menengai Crater, one of our historical area where you also feel, you look at the area, it is so fantastic. You see the geothermal production there. And also Naivasha, Lake Naivasha, the landscape, the scenery. Please go outside the town and also spend some few shillings here and there in the hotels and also buy some few things. Now, so allow me, Your Excellency, to read the speech of Our Excellency Governor Nakuru County because she was supposed to be here to address you. So it is my great pleasure to join you, the Kenya Editors Guild, today as you congregate here in Nakuru City to deliberate on issues not only affecting your profession, but the cumulative impact of your work on the country and its people. I take the earliest opportunity to acknowledge the decision by the Kenya Editors Guild to choose Nakuru City as the venue for your conference. Special thanks to all stakeholders who made it possible for this annual coming together of men and women of the pen. Even though advancements in technology are slowly taking away the inherent semantics behind that praise, I welcome you all to Nakuru City. You all sample its hospitality and the attractions in our city and the county of unlimited opportunities. Asked about what he feared most, former British Prime Minister Harold Macmillan said, "Events, boy, events." By events, he was referring to the uncanny ability of events to disrupt political, social, and economic relations in a country, between nations, and ultimately the entire world. Your profession sits at the center of these events, telling stories about these events on the various platforms provided by your media houses and dictated by technology. Again, these events could be outcomes of a people plan A or plan B. The tragedy here is initiated by legendary American heavyweight boxer Mike Tyson could take a totally different direction and dimension. For Tyson said, everybody has a plan A and B until he is punched in the mouth. At the turn of events, whether sticking to plan A or B, and even after one is punched in the mouth, you journalists play a central role in determining the direction of the outcome of these events. We in Nakuru County are good friends of those who tell stories because we believe that storytelling is as old as human race and precedes recorded history. We believe that storytelling is a powerful tool for inspiring action and change and influencing thought leaders and decision makers who have been granted opportunity by the electorate to govern and lead. We have our doors open because we believe that by telling stories of what we are doing, the services we are providing and the projects we are implementing, the people of Nakuru will know and join us in taking this county down the path of progress consequently. We respect and support your rights as the media, the space that you hold in society, and your contribution to the betterment of our county and country at large. I agree with those who have argued, and rightly so, that the media is the mirror of modern society, that the media, a body of storytelling professionals, is equipped with specialized creative and technical skills with which they can turn the compelling stories into well-produced and high-quality content that captures people's interest and imagination. In essence, what are these compelling stories? To us, the compelling stories are those of needy children from poor families being awarded bursaries to access quality education, which at the end changes their lives. Compelling stories are those narrating the happiness of people of Wesekes in Subukia or Retinet in Kuresoi South, after we have constructed, equipped, and opened a health center at a stone throw distance. We take compelling stories as narrations of how our farmers' income has increased, giving them the economic power to educate their children, choose the meals they place on the table in their houses, and lifestyles arising from our interventions in agriculture. Equally, we divine as compelling stories, it tells about the kilometers of road we have constructed and traveled, the number of people in settlements we have assisted to get title deeds, the happiness of our market women when we constructed ultra-modern markets for them, the gratification of our youth when we create jobs for them by attracting investors to Nakuru County and through ICT hubs, the appreciation of our aging generation when we construct homes and offer them care, the triumph of new technologies and services in our level 4 and level 5 hospitals, and the smiling faces of our children at ECTE centers, enjoying a whole meal under the Uchi program. I can go on and on. The list is endless. These are the compelling stories we as the county government of Nakuru expect professional storytellers to use their creativity and skills to put out there. The themes of this conference, innovative storytelling for public goods, building trust and driving change in the digital age, says it all. The way a story is told, a message is delivered, or a narrative is navigated has changed dramatically over the last few years. Stories are retold through video games, interactive books, and social media. Stories are told on sorts of different platforms and through all sorts of different devices. They are immersive, letting the user interact with the story and letting the user enter the story and shape it themselves. Therein, however, lies the danger and the most poignant challenge that we face at the moment, building trust. Building trust in the digital age is not just a necessity. How do you build trust in this digital age? We hold that transparency, social proof, authentic content, ethical practices, community engagement, continuous improvement, veracity, and evident reporting will go a long way to build trust of the public in storytelling in this digital age. The society is wiser, and with technology, many are distortions of reality that are being fed to the public, and it's time for the storytellers to stand up and be counted by building trust not only with the governments, but with the people they write for. In conclusion, technology has had a profound impact on storytelling. It has revitalized the accessibility, distribution, and engagement of stories. I expect that this conference will come up with the outcomes that will immensely contribute towards storytelling for the public good. Thank you, Her Excellency Susan Kihika, EGH, Governor, Nakuru County.
Thank you very much, DG. Yesterday, these editors here played part in increasing the forest cover at Menengai Crater. Forest, yes. Because our first activity was what? Tree planting. Yeah? DG, did you get that message? Yeah? Yeah? So that was our first activity. Tonight we are going to Lake Nakuru National Park where we'll have our dinner. So a lot is lined up today. Kindly now allow me to invite Madam CS to share her remarks and then invite the Honorable Deputy President. Thank you very much.
The Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya, His Excellency Professor Kithure Kindiki, the Governor, Nakuru County, represented by the Deputy Governor, the Chief Executive Officer, Media Council of Kenya, the President of the African Editors Forum, the President of Kenya Editors Guild, the Chief Executive Officer, Kenya Editors Guild, the representative of the Government of China and UK, the Executive Committee, other invited guests, editors, journalists, distinguished delegates. Good afternoon. It's a real honor to be here. I know I have been a cabinet secretary, this is my 4th year, but you have not had a chance to interact. Oh, 4th month, oh my goodness. Yeah, I'm looking forward to I'm looking forward to interacting with you on the 13th of December. We have planned this with the Media Council of Kenya, and in this interaction, we will be able to review the 8 issues that the President has raised. They are pertinent issues. We must collaborate. We must promote the media. We must promote journalists. Myself, I did information science, and most of the editors, journalists, they are from that field, so basically understand the field very well. And I really look forward to collaborating with you. In the interest of time, and I realize we have discussed all the things that I would have wanted to discuss, the issue of digital technologies, the emerging issues of deepfake, misinformation, disinformation, and the role we must take as media personalities, our role as a government to ensure that we create that enabling environment, and the role we must do to collaborate, because collaboration is key. In this digital era, collaboration is the only way that will help us create the regulatory framework that will ensure that we are all thriving in this digital space. We must ensure that our young children, they are reading and accessing the right content. And again, we must do this if we are responsible, we are ethical, we are ensuring that we use these technologies. Artificial intelligence is very critical, but use of it can lead to different outcomes. We would want the positive outcome to promote socio-economic development. And with that, I would want to take now these opportunities to ask you to be upstanding and welcome the Deputy President to give his speech. Thank you.
Thank you, Waziri. I request that we sit down, please. Good evening. I'm sorry for disrupting your excursion. I will see how to mitigate and not really pay for it, but something in between. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. My name is Kithure Kindiki. I'm the Deputy President of the Republic, and thank you for clarifying, Madam President. Please, that there is no tension between the Deputy President of the Republic and the President of the Guild. The President remains President, isn't it? So all protocols observed. I'm delighted to officiate this convention, the 7th of this kind. This conference, or this convention, brings together media, representatives of government like myself, academia, civil society, technology companies, and all of us are here to define the future landscape of journalism in our nation. This rich mix of participants here today is an important ingredient in offering a holistic approach to the issues of discussion during this convention. The media is a powerful instrument for advocacy and education of the masses. With its tentacles in almost every home state, the media shapes not only the opinions but also the beliefs of citizens. Through its print, audio, and visual platforms, the media remains a leading source of information for the masses. With the advent of vernacular radio and television stations, Kenyans of all walks of life can now access critical information at the comfort of their homes and in their languages. We have moved from the one television, one radio station era to an era of a myriad of choices, including a new world of social media and artificial intelligence. These changes have had as big an impact on the media sector as it has had on all other segments of our society. Today, media houses are struggling to compete with non-traditional peers where integrity and standards cannot be assured. The transition to digital platforms has meant a reorientation and a recalibration, oftentimes at great cost. It is not lost on all of us that the evolution of a technologically driven world order now has the media fraternity as one of its many victims, if not casualty. The advent of the internet and the rapid growth of digital technology have revolutionized how we consume information and entertainment. It is therefore imperative that we all adapt or perish. The need for media actors to innovate is now. You must embrace digital platforms, diversify your content, and build on collaborations and partnerships outside the beaten path. Ladies and gentlemen, the relationship between government and the media has often been strained and marked by distrust, tension, and adversarial interactions. The media has been cited for advancing political and partisan interests sometimes at the expense of its core mandate of being the public watchdog. It has been blamed, maybe fairly, maybe unfairly, for the deterioration of public values through the glorification of immorality, vanity, and morbidity in pursuit of the almighty shilling. On the other hand, government has been accused of frustrating the media due to its publicization and profiling of issues in society. Government has been accused of seeking to control coverage through coercion and intimidation. Government has been accused of failing to protect media freedom and the personal safety of journalists. We must bridge this divide and build a working partnership grounded on accountability and responsibility. Both the media and government are charged with great responsibility, great power, great influence. And whoever is entrusted with great power and great influence must, and I say must, be subjected to great accountability. To whom much is given, much is required. It is not in doubt, perhaps from where I stand, that government appreciates the role of the media as a watchdog in society and will continue to support the sector to effectively perform its role of shaping public discourse. Through educating the public on current affairs, exposing malpractices, and holding government agencies and officials to account, the media contributes to the safeguarding of the tenets of our national values and principles of governance, which are espoused in Article 10 of our Constitution. However, the exercise of media freedom as guaranteed by the Constitution should be of necessity be tempered with a sense of responsibility, as I have said, and accountability. It is more common today to find single perspectives barely tempered by a right of reply about perceived government action or inaction. Indeed, it is not uncommon to see small insert apologies, often a few days after a sensational story has been published, seeking to apologize and clarify positions, and only after a victim has called the media out for its misreporting, by which time the credibility of the victim is in shambles. Journalists must uphold a high level of professionalism that is founded on professional standards. I am aware that the Kenya Editors Guild, as the professional association for editors in Kenya, is dedicated to promoting media professionalism and credibility. I call on you to do more. The profession is expected to candidly critique and point out areas where the government can do better. As you do so, it is equally important to spotlight the reforms, initiatives, programs that occasionally government implements, sometimes without a lot of fanfare, to improve the lives of Kenyans. In other words, paint a comprehensive picture for the people of Kenya, both the good and what you think could be done better. Government does not ask to be favored. We do not request to be favored. No, we ask and indeed expect impartiality in your reporting, where you present all the facts and cover all sides of a story. Fair reporting, in a sense, should mean not reporting what cannot be verified. Reporting must not be aimed at tarnishing people or institutions' reputations. Just a few reflections. We have been asking ourselves, for example, those of us who are privileged to serve in government at this time, could, for example, the new healthcare system, the Taifa Care, could it provide a silver lining, if not for any other reason, in its ability to perform data analytics for the first time, so that we can identify a program inadvertently providing avenues for our young TVET students to undertake industrial training, and for everyday masons, welders, and carpenters to become experiential teachers to these young minds? What is really so different about the new university funding model from the old help application process that required a letter from the chief? And so on and so forth. And what we are saying here is that government, like any other human endeavor, is not perfect. But I'm sure there are things, there are programs, there are policies, there are initiatives that are for the interest of our country and that promote the public interest. And I think it is only fair, even as corrective reporting is done on the imperfections of some of the programs, it is only fair that those highlights of what is working also find their space in your reporting. I saw yesterday, I think, His Excellency the President launched the, it's not really launching, but just give the status of where we are on enhancing transparency in the e-citizen endeavor. And he did report how government revenue that hitherto used to be pilfered, used to be mismanaged, as exponentially increased because of the transparency measures that have been put in place through the digitization of government services. Tremendous leaps and tremendous savings have been done, money which ordinarily would be stolen, pilfered, and misappropriated by people who are using manual methods of collection. In the fight against corruption, which I think remains one of the most consequential fights that this country must sustain to be able to survive in the long run, for the country to survive in the long run. I would have thought that, for example, the measures taken by the government to increase transparency and track the money that the government collects from the people of Kenya is a bold step towards enhancing transparency and improving the fight against corruption. Because that way, the next thing now to be asked or we should be asking, is how that money is being used for the benefit of the people of Kenya. Therefore, I call upon media to ensure factual reporting built on credibility and concrete conceptualization of issues. We should be devoid of biases and interests that often trigger sensational communication. It is time we upscale to fact-based, accountable, and honest reporting. I urge the fraternity to upscale its efforts in the prevention and fight against corruption, as you've said yourselves, not only within government, but also within private sector and all sectors, including your own sector. Because corruption is a national cancer. It permeates very many sectors, and that fight, I think we should all gang up together in solidarity and save our country from the cancer of corrupt practices. And therefore, we need to stand in different places to see the issues properly. And I therefore urge you to embrace a multifaceted lens in reporting so that you are the victim, the perpetrator, you are the arbitrator, and you are the spectator before you make a conclusion. So that you know, as media actors, you frame the public mind properly. I invite the Editors Guild to remain available and to receive support of any kind from government in the things that we do, the regulatory framework, in the things we do, in the policy framework. Because as I've said, like any human endeavor, government as a human enterprise and as a human endeavor is not perfect because it keeps on improving and learning all the time. So I want to encourage you to avail yourselves for consultations, collaborations, and constructive criticisms. And I like what the speakers who spoke here earlier on, the President, the CEO, and of the Media Council, and the President of the Forum. There are so many presidents around. So, of the African Forum, Oga, we hope we can collaborate and see how we learn from each other, improve on what is available, and make sure that we build our country. I like what has been said about one, we don't need to agree. It's not even in the interest of the country that all of us agree. We need alternative voices. We need a plurality of opinion and voices. What we must guard against is disagreeing in a manner that jeopardizes our broad national interest. We should not, for example, disagree violently and use violence on each other. Therefore, Madam President, I know you, it's fine, you don't have to stand. I know it is, I know that clip you showed here was deliberately prepared. And the message is home. The message is home. And I better say no more because other than the current role, you know, I am the immediate security minister of the country. So some of the things you're saying, I'm familiar with them. You are familiar with them. Maybe because we were in different positions and roles, I could have a perspective that you may not have. But I also admit there are perspectives from your side that we could not have as government. So the thin balance, therefore, of how we articulate our differences of opinion and different positions in the transaction of our national life, whether politics, business, professions, we must make sure that in those transactions we don't hurt our national interests, especially the existential, foundational circumstances that assure the long-term sustainability of our country. Now, you know, the balances between freedom of expression, assembly, picketing, media freedom, access to information, on the one hand, heavy protections, quite elaborate protections in our Bill of Rights. How do we balance that with public safety and make sure that the constitutional order is not overturned by extreme expression of democratic ideals? And those balances are in the Constitution. We don't have to go very far. We'll find them there. And only hold each other to account when either of us is on the fringes of those balances. That is my plea. You know, our friends in the US had a democratic stress test like the one we had in June in this country. I would not call them protests, I would call them a democratic stress test. Because the tensions between the liberties of the citizen, which are immutable and entrenched, and the survival of our constitutional institutions, that delicate balance is something we will have to navigate going forward. I don't want to raise issues which are not for this forum. But I've been wondering, as a citizen of Kenya and as a leader and a member of this administration, we are guaranteed our freedoms in very absolute ways, sure. But I thought the same Constitution has also asked us to preserve the nation and preserve the constitutional order and its institutions. I thought so. I thought so. If that be the case, for example, if, for example, through popular consensus, and I'm saying this is hypothetical, it did not happen, but if by popular consensus we generate adequate public consensus to do away with some of the institutions of governance completely, and we can go all the way into doing a referendum to validate it, because that is the absolute way of democratic expression. We decide the people of Kenya are sovereign, it is true. They exercise their sovereignty either directly or indirectly, directly through the organs that are established in the Constitution like Parliament, Legislature, Executive, but directly through elections and referenda. If we all decide, for example, through a popular consensus that we build public consensus that we don't need some of the institutions that are established as the Constitution. It is popular, it is in the public interest, but I don't know whether it is in the national interest, for example, hypothetically, to abolish the judiciary. Because you can do that in a referendum. You can do that in the referendum. The people have decided we just need two arms of government, for example. We don't need an arm of government that deals with disputes between citizens and among each other, or between citizens and those who are responsible for running government institutions. So it's food for thought, and I know, I believe, and I really hope I'll be invited again, because these are things I would want us to spend a bit of time informally discussing. Informally. It costs nothing to exchange views. And you don't have to take my views. I also don't have to take all your views. Yeah? But because this is a formal process, I will leave it there and say the following things that are relevant as I close to this forum and the issues that have been raised, including the clip that was showed carefully and strategically. First, my sister here, our cabinet secretary for ICT, is one of your own. Is one of your own. She's, yes, a member of government and so forth, but professionally, she's one of your own. I am a member of government, but professionally, I'm an advocate of the High Court of Kenya. I am a member of the legal profession. Okay? That is a lifelong badge of honor we all carry, you know. So I see no reason why we should not have avenues for talking to each other. I see no reason. I just gave Margaret as an example. She's a professional from your own circles. In the office, all the offices, including the office of the president, the office of the deputy president, some of you people are there. I'm seeing one seated in front of me who works in my office. Francis is known to many of you here. So I don't see why, for example, even outside the formal avenues, why some things should bother us so much, because the minister, for example, being one of you, is somebody who can reach using your professional channels and maybe bring to her attention some of the things that she could have either forgotten or perhaps not appropriately balanced with other things as she runs that ministry. Therefore, we agree with you fully on the strengthening of KBC as a public broadcaster. We equally agree with you fully and unequivocally on the need for us as a country governed by the rule of law and a constitutional order. We should respect court orders and what the courts have said about the relationship between the Media Council of Kenya and the Communications Authority. There should be no doubt or debate because we are a country run by the rule of law. There could be interpretational issues and so forth, but that is a discussion we can have. But I think there is nothing to negotiate around that space. On the safety of journalists, we agree. For the reasons which I have said in my formal remarks, we agree that the safety of journalists is critical. We believe in the freedom of the media. We endeavor to protect it. Our Constitution has guaranteed these freedoms. And you expect in any society, occasionally there will be infractions. The problem is when we do not address those infractions as we are required. And therefore, I want to commit for the journalist who was hurt here in this city, that is quite unfortunate. And normally when an event like that happens, there are two ways of dealing with it. One is through the internal police, internal affairs police unit, but also more objectively through the IPOA, the Independent Police Oversight Authority. Now we've had a leadership transition in the last 3 months. We have a new IPOA coming on board, I think any time from now. They'll be sworn in. Parliament has approved the names. So, and the other one had, I think, given an exit report. So these things happened at a time when there was a leadership transition. So I will be following up on where we are, and I want to undertake, Madam President and the rest of the colleagues here, that we are going to follow up to ensure justice is done and establish who did this and bring that person to account. Because as I said, the balances are clear. The Constitution allows the use of firearms by persons allowed by law to to protect 99% of law-abiding citizens against potentially 1% who want to hurt the rest. The law allows. But the same law does not permit a police officer or an official of the security forces to use their firearms to hurt people outside the Constitution and outside the law. And therefore, I want to undertake that we will follow through, especially now with the new IPOA Commission, to make sure that full justice is served. On the question of the board at the Media Council of Kenya, I am told in the next 2-3 weeks, the minister has told me we are finalizing the completion of population of that board so that we don't have governance gaps in the industry. The same applies to the Media Complaints Commission. I have noted and I'll follow up. On the issue of advertising, I totally agree with you that advertising budget should not be constrained because of differences on the kind of publicity government is getting. And even when government is aggrieved by bad reporting, because there are also infractions from your side once in a while, just the same way there could be infractions from those of us who are in the government side. So we will be starting a conversation on how we discuss among government. I know some of it is ongoing, especially on the question of pending bills, which have really made some of the media houses to really have to struggle for services they have rendered. But as you're aware, pending bills are a general challenge in our economy. But on this one, I followed up before I came here, and I can commit that we are doing all we can to clear in its entirety the portfolio of the pending bills in the media industry, to make sure that government doesn't paralyze the operations of media outlets. There is also the issue of advertising and other things, and then restrictive advertising, and also the need for a media center. I have and tax reliefs. We have captured that. So I would propose that both using the formal and informal channels, we can be able to. I've already given you already. In my office, Francis works for Government of Kenya, and he's with me all the time. So if we wait for the normal government procedures for matters that are urgent to be brought to my office, it may take time. But if you reach out to Francis, there's nothing wrong with that. We have this, inform the Deputy President, we have this issue. It's a faster way. The minister here is one of your own. You can reach out to her, even directly. And I think for me, that's the best way to handle some of these things. And it doesn't compromise anything. We still are who we are, and we respect each other's space. Then, as I end, you have raised two very important things, Madam President and the other speakers. I have spoken to one of them, and that is the need to fight corruption and the need for accountability by government to make sure that public resources are not stolen, they are not diverted, and they don't benefit private people, because that's unlawful and unconstitutional. That's one of them. You did hear the President on the State of the Nation address. He made it very clear that we must heavy lift, the country must heavy lift on the fight against corruption. We cannot sustain this country like this anymore. Something has to give way. The same way we've made difficult economic decisions in the economy, and that's why there has been a bit of unease, because some of these decisions have their side effects, especially at the initial stages. We must also heavy lift on the fight against corruption, using the hard ways, like the ones I said, jailing people and so forth. But also I also mentioned about soft waste. How, for example, using technology, we have reduced the number of characters who are diverting public funds. And if we put that project into 100%, collect traffic fines and everything digitally, we would have saved a lot. And then, of course, we start now asking, how are we spending this money? And that's a conversation we must engage in. But the second and last grave matter that you've raised, and we concur entirely, is the issue of what climate change portends for Kenya. I am glad you took initiative to develop a manual and build capacity for journalists and editors to be able to transact with this very complex and quite frightening phenomena that is changing the DNA of the world. His Excellency the President has provided political and diplomatic leadership on climate change diplomacy globally, leading to the hosting of the African Climate Summit in Nairobi. And thank you very much for the support you gave. The highlight, the profiling of that summit was phenomenal, and we owe it to you, because you are the owners of the instruments of visibility. Climate change and corruption today are national security threats. I have just left the Interior Ministry. The traditional threats of terrorism, organized crime like banditry and so forth, and trafficking in persons will continue to be there in the foreseeable future. But additionally, in our national security priority list, corruption, because of the effect it has on economies and sustainability of the nation, and climate change are part of the national security matrix. And when I mean national security, I mean extension and survival aspects of our country. The DNA of the world, including Kenya, is changing because of very, very, very hostile and brutal effects of climate change. Severe droughts, severe floods, a displacement of populations and communities, resource conflicts, everything in between, even diseases. And therefore, good people, you are leading the way in integrating your profession to the science of climate change, and that is very commendable. And this country applauds you for what you've done. And really, if anybody had a doubt that the Kenyan media is a trailblazer and a thought leader for the region, and I dare say, we also compare very well even in the world. The kind of things Kenyan media does are not in so many democracies, as much as we have problems. In fact, the reason why the challenges we have get highlighted and we get angry when infractions are committed is because our country allows the visibility of those infractions, and we have a very good media, a very good constitution, and I think we should all struggle to fit into the very, very, very good example that you provided, so that other sectors can follow suit. Those are my remarks for today. I wish you all the best. I hope you said you're giving me the book or something. That would be good. And thank you for inviting me for the park thing, the park and dinner something, the game drive. I really wish. I'm actually tempted to take the offer. So I wanted to ask, don't clap too soon. I wanted to ask whether it is in order as a mitigating factor, now that I'm not able to take the offer, whether a dinner tonight at the park can be on me. So, Madam President, as many of that opinion say aye, the ayes have it. So there are no contrary views. I really wish you all the best. It's a beautiful county. DG, tell the governor we are happy that they are hosting us. You're hosting us here. We wish you well. Our guests and friends of Kenya, the Chinese government representative, the British government representative, the partners who have supported our media to grow in leaps and bounds, asanteni sana. Na mimi tunaomba tujaribu tu kuelewana kama Wakenya, mahali matatizo yako tuyatatue. Ofisi ya Rais, ofisi zote za serikali ziko wazi, na you're free to contact us even directly on what you think we need to do. So we need to look, Margaret, you need to agree with this team. You need to agree with these colleagues on what they want. I heard them say there are things that they have challenges with in our proposals. Don't allow those proposals to go very far without having a sit down and canvassing some of these issues. We might as well find out that the issues are valid, and I suspect they are, and we should not be able to push through something that will hurt our colleagues in the media industry. So take it up. But I'm also taking up the other issues on the pending bills, on the board, and we'll work with you to make sure that when these friends invite us next year, they will not put us on the spot. Mungu awabariki, asanteni sana.
Thank you, Your Excellency. We kindly request you to remain on the podium as I invite the President, KEG, to present the book to you. The President, the book is being handed over to you, then you present it to the Deputy President of the Republic of Kenya. Let's appreciate her as she is handing over the book. Your Excellency, we still ask you to remain on the podium kindly as the President, joined by the Vice President, are going to gift you. They have something that is commemorating today's event. Let's appreciate His Excellency the Deputy President and the team of KEG for presenting this gift to the Deputy President. With all humility, once again, the Deputy President, we humbly request you that you remain on the podium as we invite the team of executive commissions, executive members to join. Executive committee, we have the partners also to join for a photo session, just a group photo. Kindly let's move to the podium. Partners as well, we have the representative of China and UK, kindly also join so that we have one group photo for this ceremony, a memory that will go down the line for the 7th KEG convention held here in Nakuru City County, assisted by our communication team. Kindly how we are going to stand in this photo if we fit in, and thereafter the former presidents, kindly let's join in. Former